So let me tell you, the problem with pairing a stout with D&D night is that it's thick as fuck, and like, oh my god, it's like comparable to Cottonmouth, but not quite. You know, like there's a permanent frog in my throat.
I definitely know that feeling. What are you drinking?
Oh, just a Guinness, but still.
No, that's fair. That dark malt will get you.
That's why I like porters a little bit better than a stout, because it's you get that dark roasted flavor, but it's not as heavy.
I agree. That or like a really nice Schwartz beer or like a dark Czech lager. You get all those dark flavors, but a really light body. Super drinkable. I'm dark beer is my shit. Personally, actually just released it. Oh well, we have it available to release. It hasn't tapped yet, but I just finished an oatmeal stout today.
So did you guys have like a good holiday or anything fancy happen? Anybody like win the lottery or anything cool?
We won about $30 on scratch off tickets that we got over Christmas.
Nice.
But then we came home to find that our dishwasher broke and flooded our kitchen. So, but no, holiday was solid. Didn't get into too much. Went up to Katrina's parents and basically just hung out and played games with them all weekend. Nothing too crazy. And then we hung out on New Year's Day with our neighbors and microdosed and did a small Harry Potter marathon. Yeah, not a bad way to spend the holiday. What'd you guys get into?
Mostly, I hit a dispensary and then stuffed my face for the weekend. You know, a couple of brownies and then like a ham, and that was about as conscious as I was for 3 days.
Yeah, I was just at my girlfriend's family did Christmas there. They have like a whole huge thing. Christmas is very big in their family, so there's like 18 people opening up presents. So it took a while, but it was fun.
Pretty sure Will might have gone the hardest.
Yeah.
Based on him being off for all week, it sounds like he had a pretty solid time.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was pretty good. So yeah, Christmas. We hosted Christmas dinner. Went to my parents' place on Christmas Eve with Ellie, and then we went to did the cabin trip and rented a cabin about hour and a half away, and yeah, stayed basically through the week up to through New Year's, and yeah, it was pretty good. Got a lot of good downtime and game playing. So yeah, can't complain there. Filled off a keg of beer pretty quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, like, brought a whole kegerator with you, and then homebrewed a beer to take. It's a hell of a way to spend a weekend at a cabin, or a week at a cabin. I'm honestly pretty excited for you to rebrew that honey rye, because I only get to have, I think, about 10 ounces of it.
Yeah, it came out really, really good. I definitely want to do a V2 of it. Maybe change a couple things, maybe up the rye a little bit. But no, I think for a first shot, it came out pretty well.
More rye, always. At least in my opinion. I love rye.
I was never huge on it, and it's really grown on me the past couple of years. Probably with me drinking more Daymark.
I definitely ramped up in terms of my love of rye when I got to Rising Tide because of Daymark, but I always really enjoyed it to begin with. I just never, I guess, thought to drink it, and it was so readily available that, just kind of became one of my favorites.
What do you think about Radar?
I had one tonight, and I don't know how I feel about it, in all honesty. I didn't bother doing the sensory on it. I just had a pint, and it wasn't standout, but it wasn't bad. It was just another hazy IPA, but I guess I need to try it again and maybe sit on it for a minute.
Yeah, I'm drinking one now, and I think I feel the same way. It's not anything standout. It's not the worst one I've had, but again, it's just a hazy. When I was looking on Instagram, and they were like, "It might be our smoothest one yet." I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's smoother than Mountainside, and it's not as chalky. So I would say I do like it more than Mountainside, but Mountainside's probably one of my least favorite beers we make.
Yeah, definitely agreed there.
I don't know if the actual process of making it has just burned me so many times because it's so goddamn hoppy and annoying to clean up, or if I just don't like the beer itself that much. But either way, Radar all day between the two.
All right, gentlemen, you guys ready to start this recap? How you doing, Logus? You ready to go?
Oh yeah, I'm ready. Bring it on.
Okay, so upon the party leaving the ancient underground temple of knighthood, the way forward was a rough one. A thin, rocky trail seemed to slow the progress of the party and their mounts, but they pressed on. Upon nightfall, the party was descended upon by a swarm of sturge. Still several hundred yards from safety, the party pressed on, battling the swarm along the way. As the party slowly slew the swarm by the dozen, suffering the loss of only a single pony, spooked off by the swarm off of the sheer cliffs, they finally reach a cave and some shelter. This cave, a safe house of Valinor's, is where the party healed up and bedded down for the evening. Logus demonstrated his rope trick for the party, having a bit of a private conversation with Gladier for a bit as well. The party, the following morning, continued down the thin, rocky, dangerous mountain trail. After another day's travel through the Rustback Mountains, Valinor leads the party to another large cave, the home of the clan of Wild Dwarves, the Stonehand clan specifically. Valinor and Scrofaldo, or Scruff, are escorted deeper into the caverns by the clan elders and some guards. While the party was only allowed access to the entry cavern, their needs, as well as that of their mounts, was met. And they were also accommodated with a few trading opportunities for some rare and well-crafted magical items. Valinor and Scruff return to the party in the morning, Scruff looking in much better shape despite his new facial scars, and them and the party press onward. After yet another much less eventful day, the party finds their way out of the mountains into the plains of Hordenshire. The following day, after that, the party approaches Dipper's Point trading post. Before making it into the city proper, Valinor leads the party off-road to a small nearby church of Pelor. After he briefly speaks with the priest, he leads the party to the church cellar, converted into a small living quarters. It is here Valinor takes his leave of the party and Scruff, leaving to rally the other members of his order for the final assault against the Silver Queen. The official plan being to reunite with Valinor at the White Rabbit Inn in the city of Frostfire. This would be within the lands of the Silver Queen to the south, to then discuss the next step of the plan. And this is kind of where we are now. So let me drop a map into the feed real quick.
We're also getting a little bit of feedback, like a little staticky clicking from your mic, I think. I don't know if maybe you want to try resetting real quick while we check out the map.
Absolutely. Let me, I think I'm just going to swap out mics altogether. So give me just a sec, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
This map in front of you is that of Dipper's Point.
Oh, right. All right, so we are, I think we're at the Church of Pelor in the south. Yeah, that's the only one I see, so I'm assuming that's where we're hiding out. Um, do we have to take a ferry across?
Yeah, there's probably like a small ferry boat. There's no like
Yeah.
bridge or anything,
Yeah.
which is fine. Not the worst thing.
So I tried the standard disconnect reconnect. Does that fix the problem, or should I swap mics?
I mean, you sound great right now, so we'll tag you in chat if it starts clicking again.
Okay, great. And let me know. Yeah, I got my other mic up and ready to go. So, might have to take an intermission of a few moments to restart everything. But if that's the case, we'll make it happen.
So a quick question for the DM. Is this a map that we have available to us, or is this kind of for our sake, so we can kind of get an idea?
So you'll probably hear me say this over the next session or two a lot. But for the sake of brevity, we'll say that you have been led to this kind of temporary safe house by Valinor. Valinor is used to traveling solo, so accommodating such a large party isn't something he's really used to or capable of doing. It's a small living quarters meant for maybe two, and there's 6 of you plus your mouse. So this is probably a spot you could hang out for a few hours and be all right. But you would kind of have to move on. You guys would be at the Church of Pelor. I tried to circle it in pink, but the picture might not do it justice. But anyway, you're kind of centrally, southernly located, kind of off by yourself, a little a ways from just about everything in the city. But you do know you can gather. There are guards going hither and thither, all around. And as well as the average day-to-day citizenry. So we'll say the map is what you guys are able to discern of the area relatively easily, without you didn't actually cross the river or anything, but without getting caught. It's pretty easy to case the joint. A few members of the party can disguise themselves at will, and some of you are rather stealthy, so without making you actually roll it out, this is the layout of the town you guys are in, and I believe the current goal is to get to Frostfire. So how and when and where the party does that is on you guys. Frostfire, I believe, is 10 on the map. of Hordenshire, and Dipper's Point is actually 4. For
Okay.
just so you guys are aware of location and whatnot.
All right. So I guess as we're kind of huddled in this tiny space discussing, Glader would pipe up. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm not exactly trying to get caught here. Maybe we can head on down a little further to the west and maybe see if we can, toss a fisherman a few gold piece or two to ferry us across instead of trying to go to this main, area.
Well, we'll have to see if there's a fisherman with a boat big enough to get our mounts across. That's kind of the problem there. I mean, I suppose we could talk to a farmer and see if they could maybe keep our horses for us, but that's a pretty big ask. So, I mean, we could give it a wide berth and then come in by the inn so that we go kind of like wide around the guard towers and try not to draw suspicion and then catch the ferry across. Or wait, shit, there are stables by the guard towers. So maybe we come in on the north side, like from the northwest of the stables. I just don't want to walk right down the main road. That doesn't seem like the best thing to be doing right now.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to keep low, we can cut across the farmlands and probably bribe a fisherman to ferry us across if we're not trying to go down anywhere near the main path.
I just find it unlikely that a fisherman's going to be able to bring all our horses with us.
What do you
So
mean
we have
all
to-
our horses? Renwick.
Okay. Not to be mean, just being real. But some of us still have horses, and we need somewhere to put them before we go do anything.
All right,
Dude.
yeah. Sorry, Blade, were you trying to say something?
Oh, I was just saying too soon for the horse reference.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We can cut up through farmland and move towards those stables and, just try and be nonchalant about it and maybe drop our horses off there, head across the water and get to the market side and see if there's anyone that can take us down the river to Warmworth.
Wouldn't it be best to go to Fisherman's Wharf to find a boat, which is on this side of the river?
Well, Renwick was saying that it's not likely that they're going to have, ferrying type vessels. They might just have small little boats to go out and catch your fish and bring their haul back in. They might not be big enough, or they might not even be willing to ferry us down all the way to a different city.
So, let's say we take the remaining horses to the stables right past the guard towers. We'll drop them off, head over to Fisherman's Row, and see if we can't get a ship that'll transport just us, not with the mounts, across the river. We can scope out the other side and then come pick up the mounts and go from there. But at least we have them set aside somewhere safe, and we won't have to worry about it. And we'll be able to pass through the crowd a lot easier if we're not walking alongside a bunch of horses.
That works for me. Everyone else okay with that plan?
Perhaps we should speak to the priest on the way out just to see if he has any sort of local insider information. Could probably point us in the right direction, do a few things, or maybe give us a heads up about some things we should be aware of.
Or maybe some spare robes.
That's a great idea. We could pretend we're clergy.
All right, then let's get going. Has Valinor's already left, right?
Yeah, Valinor has gone. He did leave Scruff behind, and Scruff, upon being let into this small cellar that's been kind of transformed into like a living quarters, has fallen upon a bedside table that had a little bit of bread and cheese and wine, and has consumed every last bit of it.
Um, Perhaps I could go out and see if maybe word has even reached here yet about our little band, our little troop here. Perhaps we're worrying about nothing and the word hasn't got here yet.
I mean, that's definitely a solid idea. I wouldn't go alone just in case, but we can
Well,
stay nearby. And
I'm super stealthy and I can disguise myself into a completely different person if I just go down to the inn or something. I could have a listen about or even check the board to see if there's anything up and be back within an hour.
well, why don't you make a quick round then, and we'll go speak to the priest while you scout it out.
Okay then. I'm gonna put my cloak up, and before I exit out the church, I'm gonna cast disguise self, and that's for 1 hour, and I'm just gonna change into a standard human. Um, Same hair color, same skin tone, just human. Maybe a little bit shorter since elves are usually taller. And take a quick walk down to the inn.
Okay, as you leave the cellar of this church, go ahead and give me a perception check on your way to the inn.
So 14 total.
Okay, so one thing you notice as you're kind of like heading towards the inn is that there seems to be like an influx of people coming down the road, and they're kind of pressing forward into town, and it seems to, the guards kind of stop them in the beginning and let them question a few of them, but a lot of people seem to just now be arriving in town, at the through the southernmost road, and most of them are on foot. A few are carrying wagons, but you notice these people are kind of in rough shape, and there's a lot of them.
Do I hear any talking or anything of like what's being said about what happened or why they're here?
Not particularly. I assume you were going around the guard towers straight to the inn. Unless you wanted to go to the road and kind of take the long way to the inn, you could do that.
Oh no, I'll try to keep away from the guards for now.
Okay, so as Logos takes off to go to the inn, it is not far away. You come upon the Dead Cow Inn. A wooden sign with a slaughtered cow sits above the door. And as you enter, we're going to cut back over to the party. Did you guys say you were going to go talk to the priest?
Yeah, I think that's the move.
Actually, if y'all don't mind, I mean, I should have grabbed Locris to come with me. If it's what do y'all, is it too late, DM?
You guys can share a horse.
Oh,
Oof.
yeah. I mean, if you want to grab a party member before you set off solo, you could totally do that.
Because I know Locris can disguise self too. And Locris, would you mind accompanying me in case I need your silver tongue?
Nope, that works. And Locris will look like a black-haired, brown-eyed human. with slightly tan skin.
Okay, as you kind of leave the cellar of the church as well, heading towards town, go ahead and give me a perception check also.
Because I'm great at that. 8.
Logos kind of points it out to you, but you do notice that like an incoming stream of people looks to have just arrived to town and is making their way about.
How far away from them are we?
There's a small, so the church is kind of on a small hill, and so there's a decent sized neighborhood between you guys and the main road, but they are filing in from like on the main road towards, the river.
So,
I'd,
I mean, would
I'd
we
say
be
like
able to intercept them, or would it be a push?
you could easily go like around like directly to the right of the church is like a small neighborhood of like these small like hovels, makeshift houses, and things. You could easily blend in with this crowd and kind of move forward with them if you'd like.
I'll look at Logos and say, "You want to go ask some questions?"
The only downside about going that way is that there's a lot of guards and potentially going to ask us some questions. It's a riskier move, but I'll follow you if that's what you want to do.
Well, I think I could talk my way past, but I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I just wonder if we were able to sneak in with them, if we'd be able to get past the guards a little bit easier as part of a larger group than if it's just two of us trying to sneak around. Kind of draws attention. Because I
Well,
could
I
lie,
mean,
but I can't sneak.
I had already actually made it into the inn when I went back to grab you. But I mean, there's potential for information that way, no doubt. Um, I'm not uncomfortable. If you want to go that way, we can go that way.
Okay, so the two of you kind of make your way the laborious route, not directly, but kind of come up around this a stream of peoples as you kind of attempt to blend into the crowd here, and eavesdrop, get a little information, and we're gonna turn to the party. So you're currently in the cellar where Valinor had kind of procured a safe space for at least a time, but it's probably the priest's private quarters, as the church is really not all that big. But if you care to make your way upstairs, it is a small church of Pelor. There's a few benches and an altar with some golden candles, and there is a large stained glass window with the symbol of Pelor, which is a shining sun, and a blue dragonborn, older than most, in humble brown robes, sits kneeling before the altar. A few candles have been lit, as well as an incense, and he kind of just is maintaining a moment of prayer, unaware of your presence currently.
Renwick's gonna turn to Blade and be like, maybe you could play something a little soft in the background, so we don't sneak up on him, and maybe the big guy here can speak to him, since he's well, I guess of the same religion, I believe, or at least formerly was.
Yes and no, but I don't mind talking to him.
Blade's gonna pull out his hand drum and just start wailing on it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll definitely play some soft music with my lute in the background.
He definitely just perks an ear after a moment and finishes up his prayers, and he stands up and slowly approaches you at the party, and definitely gives you a light bow. Welcome to the home of Pelor. What can I do for you, lovely lot, this day?
Well, so, Father? Do I call you Father? Priest, sir?
You could just call me Steltic. That works. That is what most call me.
Celtic. Well, so I'm sure you're aware of our relationship with Valinor and the precarious situation that we're currently in.
He quickly looks both ways and then back to you and says, "Not at all," and gives you a big wink. Ding.
I just tap my nose and chuckle. Um, well, we're trying to figure out the best way to get into town and also a good place to keep our horses. We're thinking of the stables that are not too far north of here. But we need to procure ourselves a transportation down to Wormhearth. Um, and possibly look into the market, see if we can stock up on some goods for the journey. But do you have any idea what might be the safest way for us to travel across the river?
Well, there is the general ferry. Runs every half hour throughout the day, and then once at midnight. Other than that, it's just primarily a daytime use, but he typically ferries, everyone back and forth, throughout the day. But I don't know about to Wormhearth, but he would get you across the river to the road, and you could venture that way if you have your mounts and whatnot. His barge is quite a big one, and it is not uncommon to. Though most of the city is on the other bank, a fair portion of it is on this side, and business is as business does. The barges run all day long, transporting goods and people to and fro. Yeah, sometimes off-duty soldiers need a ride back and forth, whatnot. Sometimes it's a pile of off work miners or fishermen ending their day. It varies, but there is a ferry that is unbiased and works for a modest fee. And that would be your best bet, I think. Unfortunately, the Silver Queen's soldiers have commandeered most of the free vessels here for their own uses, their own shipping lanes and things. They kind of ignore market boundaries and laws, and those who are lucky enough to retain their vessels are heavily taxed for doing so. Aside from some of the fishermen have their own vessels because they're really too small to be of use to the Silver Queen soldiers, but it would take multiple fishing canoes rather to move your whole party, I think. But that would be the best bet to get out of town, perhaps. Rather than risk the Silver Queen's wrath. However, if you were brave enough and maybe made a contact or two, you might be able to talk a captain into setting sail. I know that the shipping routes from here to Wormhearth are quite frequent. Well, the overall goal is actually not always Wormhearth. Scale Shores and Frostfire are also trading ports that are often frequented by some of these river barges. So, aside from that, I don't know. Getting across should be easy enough, though. If you're trying to avoid guards, you might want to be selective of when and where you board the ferry.
Fair enough. Is there any best location to board the ferry to avoid the guards?
There is a main dock. It is larger than most of the others around on either side of the river, and that is the only dock the ferry runs between. So he, back and forth all day long. It only takes a few minutes to get across the river on his ferry, but that's his only place of operation. Really, is the main docks.
All right. Well, in that case, we're possibly wondering if you might have a few spare clergy robes to maybe loan us so we can, be in a disguise. Maybe not be noticed so much if they just think we're holy priests heading across the ferry?
Unfortunately, I have devoted most of my worldly things to better the poor. Aside from the robes I wear here, I have but only one other set, and it is downstairs in the cellar, amongst the private quarters, but if it would help you, you could take it with you.
Well, it's much appreciated, and in return for your kindness, I'd like to make a small donation to the church here. Help you out. You've been so kind to take us in, and I do understand the danger that we're potentially putting you in by harboring us. So, and I'm gonna take out uh like a two crazy 15 gold, and I'll give him 15 gold pieces.
All right, make sure to mark it off your sheet, and he bows, he thanks you, and he says, may Pelor's light guide your way.
Yeah, yes, of course. Thank you. All right, well, I think we're just waiting on two of our friends to get back. They're scouting ahead a little bit, but we'll stay out of your hair for the time being.
By all means, come to pray if you'd like.
Renwick will step forward and say, if I might ask, have you heard anything about anybody looking for us in this town? Like, I guess, have the soldiers been alerted to, I don't know, a party of adventurers or anything like that? Have you any insight on that?
Well, though a few soldiers come to me for advice and guidance from time to time, I could not tell you, to be honest. That is not something they discuss with the likes of me, who they're looking for and where, but as far as I know personally, no, but I'm not always the first in the information loop around here.
Well, it was worth a shot, and I appreciate that. If I might ask, have you a mirror anywhere nearby?
There are some modest supplies in the private quarters in the cellar. You might help yourself to whatever is there. I believe there is a small mirror next to a dish of water for washing and things.
Oh, thank you kindly. And Renwick's going to excuse himself and head into the other room to find that mirror.
Oh yeah, it's like a little shave kit almost. It's got like a little towel and like some foaming, maybe lotion or something, and then like a little bowl of water next to it.
And he's going to go ahead and shave off his facial hair and trim up a bit, kind of cut his hair short, and basically just full blown shave. And hopefully that'll be enough to make him not stand out if anybody's looking for him.
Okay, duly noted. Anything else with the anybody else needs to ask Steltic anything before he returns to his prayers?
When you say that these soldiers come to you and ask or for guidance, what sort of guidance are they looking for?
Oh, the same as everyone else. Sometimes they're a bit down. Sometimes they don't know where their lives are heading. Sometimes it's as simple as maybe not liking their job or a spouse. A plethora of things that one might seek my advice for. Would you care to pray? He kind of looks to you and gestures to the altar that he's got dedicated to Pelor.
Well, if I'm going to wear the robes, I may as well do the part.
Yeah, he smiles at you and he invites you to come pray with him. Meanwhile, we're going to flip back over to Locris and Logos. As you guys kind of come around, this kind of mass of people kind of entering the town, and you kind of infiltrate their ranks. Both you guys go ahead and give me another perception check.
18 this time.
Uh, 29.
Perfect. As you guys kind of approach this crowd and go to blend in, you notice that both you guys are human, but there are a few humans in this crowd, but not many. Most of this crowd, upon closer inspection, looks to be pretty much like refugees. Like this is a large mass of people who have almost nothing but the clothes on their back, and a lot of them are dwarves and red dragonborn, and they are there are a few hundred of them, and they are kind of just now entering the city, and some of them are trying to barter for passage across the ferry. Others are trying to get a drink at the inn. Still others kind of mob their way into like a few different businesses that are around. And so on and so forth. But so as you guys kind of go through the crowd, you do notice the guards, at the beginning when they had started coming in, had stopped them and began asking questions, and why they can't stop everyone. It looks like they're pretty passionate about stopping some people, and you can see them openly in the street, searching people, patting people down, stopping people, and aggressively questioning them, and confiscating anything that they deem they could rather. And essentially not happy about this influx of refugees, kind of cursing at them and whatnot, and generally not being helpful, but not outright assaulting anyone at the moment. The two of you do kind of make your way through this kind of area towards the inn, and it is once again kind of standing outside amongst this throng of recently influx refugees, but there is a dead cow on the sign of the inn, so it is the Dead Cow Tavern.
So Lucas is just gonna make sure his clothes look kind of dirty and dungy, so that it doesn't look anything special.
Yeah, same. I want to look as like interesting as possible, and also since we were in the group of people, and I speak Dragonborn, did I hear any of the what that 29 roll? Did I hear anything of why they're leaving or what they're running from?
Without picking out a particular like person or conversation, just kind of general listening, you definitely get a sense that they're leaving their homeland behind. A lot of people are upset about it. There's not a whole lot of jovial talking. Everything's like serious and downtrodden. And you get a sense from piecing several conversations together that the Silver Soldiers, after acquiring access to some kind of underground temple, went mad ape shit on the townsfolk, and from what you can gather, the Hammerton village is no more. It has been what remains has been wiped off the planet. From what you can gather, it seems like Marineth and her Silver Soldiers went door to door, killing and burning, and destroyed the entire village before leaving.
Damn, there goes my summer home idea.
I want to hit the ring, and I want to send a message to Glagear, and there it seems that Hamilton was wiped off the planet after we left the Marionette destroyed the homes and everyone out here are refugees from the area seeking safety in these parts.
So this is actually, I think, the first time we've communicated with this. So Glader would like jump in surprise and shock, like whip his head around, and then remember he's wearing the ring, and they can talk to each other. uh, Wait, you say they destroyed the city? Everything?
That's what I heard, right, Sean? That it's destroyed, like everything's destroyed.
From what you can tell from the information you can gather in the rumors, is that people began fleeing when it was clear that Marineth's intentions were to destroy the entirety of the village.
People started fleeing when Marinette started to destroy the village, and it was clear she wasn't stopping.
Oh shit. That's at this point I'm almost more terrified of Marinette than the Silver Queen. Well, I guess see what information you can get from the inn, see if they know about us here yet, and maybe hear if there's any rumors about where Marinette is taking those Silver Soldiers next. Because if they're not staying in Hamilton, they got to be going somewhere.
It's probably safe to assume that if the refugees are here, that word has probably gotten here about us, because I'm pretty sure they've been told that their town is being destroyed because of a troop, because of people hoarding a golden dragon bow. So I would safe to assume word has probably gotten here.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Why don't you guys, you and I, look or see what information you can gather from the inn, and we'll start to disguising ourselves and heading our way towards you slowly. And we'll meet you outside the inn, and then we found a ferry that can take us and our mounts across, and we can head towards the docks on the opposite side, and I guess see if we can find anyone to take us down out of the city on down to Warm Hearth.
All right, but I've used my ring use for the day, so if anything happens, one of you could be prepared to trust the locals. We'll keep in touch. Over and out.
Alrighty. Also, quick out of character thing is when using the rings, is it? I can't remember. Is it telepathic, or have I just been like talking to myself for 5 minutes?
Telepathic communication. Just talking in your own head.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna turn and relay that information to the rest of the party, just without going into like saying it all over again. But yeah, so we might need to. I think we should not stay here for too much longer. I think we need to, get what we need, absolute essentials, and then get the hell out of Dodge. All right, so Blade has his robes now, clergy robes. Renwick is pretty much went Mr. Clean.
I would say like short, not full blown bald, but yeah, essentially, yeah, clean shaven. You know how when you get a buzz cut, you can run your fingers over it. It's kind of bristly. About that
Gotcha.
short. He's not going full blown bald, or else he'd be taking the robes and pretending to be a monk.
Got a buzz cut.
Yeah. All right, so should we maybe give it about 10 minutes and then head over to meet the rest of them outside the inn and get to this ferry?
It seems pretty reasonable to me.
Seems good. Blade will kind of finish up praying respectfully. So
All right, yeah, so I guess Glader just kind of, nervously said, "Oh, wait, we need to see what Scruff is doing."
Steltic bows to you, Blade, and says, "There is always room in the light for another person. Feel free to stop by anytime."
Thank you for your hospitality.
Gladier, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All right. Oh, not bad. 13. Not terrible, not great.
As you look about, Scruff is nowhere to be found.
Okay, because I had gone back down to the cellar, so he's not in the cellar.
Nope.
Do you tell the rest of us?
Renwick, have you seen Scruff? He's not here anymore. Last I saw, he was eating cheese and drinking wine.
Well, no, I can't say that I've seen him. And can I take a look around and see if I notice any like thieves' cant or any sign of like a note he might have left or any, well, I guess any trace of him?
Sure, go ahead and give me like a perception check.
I do an assist on that as well. I think Blade would probably be looking.
Sure. A perception check with advantage as Blade offers his assistance.
As I do that, I'm gonna run back upstairs to the main area of the temple.
Okay.
It's 16.
You do not find any trace of Scruff. Gladier, you find Steltic still praying at the altar.
Excuse me, Skeltic. Did you happen to see a rough-looking dwarf that we came in? Scruff. Did he leave or?
I'm sorry, child. I do not know. I was busy conversing with you and your friend. I did not see him.
Okay.
So meanwhile, we're going to cut back over to Locris and Logos. As you kind of enter the Dead Cow Inn and look about, there is a blue dragonborn sitting behind a nice long counter, actually. Several barrels of ale, several wine racks behind him, and it looks like there's a handful of probably locals, but also it's slowly becoming packed. Some of these refugees are finding their ways in off the street, and though they look poor and destitute, a few of them at least managed to keep a pocket full of coins, and or maybe more, who knows, but a few of them do begin to pile in and slowly fill the bar, ordering everything they can, food and drink included, and they're just kind of flooding the area. And so, what are you guys doing in this in the Dead Cow Inn?
Locris will look at Logos. I think we need to get a drink in our hands, and then we can mingle around and see what sort of details we might be able to find. Who's a local, who's a refugee. Maybe get a little information that way. And
I also want to just listening around the room and maybe see if there's any interesting characters, get maybe an insight or perception on the room, just to go through if there's any rumors about the Silver Soldiers and who are after the Queen.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check on the room.
So 28 total.
So you notice that the locals seem to be, they're almost easy to point out because of, the different types of races, really. Like, this area is not conducive. Not conducive, but it's not the homeland per se of the Red Dragonborn clan, nor the any of the Dwarven clans. So you can kind of pick out who's the refugees and who's not based on that. Not so much. There are a sprinkling of humans amongst the refugees, but for the most part, they're pretty identifiable in the area. You do notice that they are kind of crowding into the bar. A lot of them look weary and downtrodden. Most of them don't have much in their way of like wares. A lot of them you kind of could tell were begging on their way by. Hoping to lean on the generosity of the locals, perhaps for a few coins here and there. But you can also tell that kind of the locals are a little off-put, not necessarily excited about this influx of peoples. You could tell that, probably a few laborers in the field, maybe a few dock hands or something that are drinking here, as well as, maybe even a few off-duty silver soldiers. And the whole lot of them seem to be kind of off-put by the invading presence of all these refugees. Aside from that, a blue dragonborn just kind of begins selling meals and ales and shots and glasses of wine as fast as he can. Catering to the crowd pretty efficiently, actually, as well. You notice he is sliding ales down his long bar and consistently staying moving and delivering and foods and ales, as well as picking up a coin and cleaning up after customers, yada yada.
So, what do you think, Lucas? Should we go grab a beer?
Let's go grab. Do we see like one person who looks like they're local, but perhaps maybe a little short on change? Like they're trying to nurse their beer because they don't want to pay for another one.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
And also with that 28, do I see like a bulletin board or anything around the inn?
You don't notice any bulletin boards or anything aside from maybe a menu.
A 19.
As you're kind of trying to pick people out of the crowd, you gauge you pretty clear that there is a small group of fishermen kind of off in one corner. You imagine they're probably locals if they're fishing the local waters here. And they look to be doing more people watching than drinking. A couple of them have ales, but a couple of them look to be drinking water. So it looks like possibly a local but low-class customer.
How many people at the table?
4 in total.
All right. So, Lucas. I say we get around for that table over there. Some are drinking waters, and we just play it off that we came in with the rest of them, but we're trying to get the hell out of here. Maybe they'd have be inclined to help us get out of their hair. And thankful for the drink.
And one last thing before we start at that table, on the way in or in here, do I see that poster that was drawn about us? Did I see it on any poles or in the outside of the buildings?
You have not you haven't seen any posters or like that except for the one Scruff provided for you.
And when we were walking in the group, or even now in the inn, do I hear anything about the Golden Dragon or the group that was with him, or even Blaze?
Not particular, no.
Okay. Well, let's go play around for the group then.
Okay, yeah. You approach the blue Dragonborn innkeep, and after a bit of him serving some other patrons, he turns to you. He's like, hey, name's Stolk. Welcome to the Dead Cow. Sorry, I just ran out of rooms. I don't have any more rooms, but I've got some hot food. I've got some ale. If you got some coins, what do you say?
Honestly, right now, we just need some ales. It's been a long couple of days.
Perfect. What can I get for you? We got some like hot spiced ale. You just want the a cheap mug. What do you want? A pitcher, a pint? Tell me. Tell Stoke what you need, and I'll hook it up. Don't worry.
Let me get 2 pitchers and 6 glasses of your medium ale. Something that tastes good, but it can also make you feel good. You know what I'm saying?
4 silver.
And Chris will dig through his pockets, making it look like it takes a little bit to find, and pull out 4 silver.
Perfect. He walks over and a freshly tapped keg and pours it up and serves you everything you asked for on a convenient carrying tray. Like, there you go. Let me know if you need anything else. And next, and he kind of like moves over to a patron standing next to you and begins taking his order as well.
I'll pick up the tray and kind of do the little head nod to Logus and walk over to the table of fishermen and set the tray down. Gentlemen, I know it could be a convenience, so we came with a thank you gift if you would allow us to join you at your table for just a few minutes.
Hey, Sean, before would you say the 10 minutes that the ring is active? Would you say the link between me and Glader is already gone?
I'd say just barely, yeah.
So would I have time to say a thing before it runs out?
Perhaps. What do you want to say?
Glader, just checking in. We are at the inn. I don't know how much time I have left. Just want to update you. We are at the inn with a group. Also, there is a blue dragonborn behind the bar in case you don't know what to change your scales, the color of your scales too.
Okay,
That's it.
Locris, as Locris, you get this message off in time before your connection fades. Locris, as you kind of get chummy with these guys, they're kind of surprised at your forwardness, but upon seeing you brought a round of ales over and whatnot, they make room for you and Locus. Yeah, it's a little off-putting, but welcome to Dipper's Point Trading Post. What's all this about? They kind of gesture to this large crowd.
Well, apparently some asshole gold dragonborn showed up in the our town of Hammerton, and they decided that everybody was guilty of harboring. I mean, I'm out there just killing rats in the sewers, and somehow I'm harboring fugitives. It's a mess, I tell you.
Give me a sec, I'm gonna adjust my mic. Hopefully better? Yes? No?
As long as
Sounds
it's good.
Sounds good.
Okay. And what was so after you kind of part with some of the ale, they visibly relax a bit, and they're as curious about you as they can be. Like, where are you guys from? What's going on? Why are there all these people coming to our town? What's happening here?
Yeah, we were up in Hammerton when apparently some asshole golden dragonborn decided to show up. So they decided everybody in town was guilty of harboring and just started slaughtering people. Pisses me off. I'm down in the sewers gutting rats to try and keep people free from sickness, and somehow I'm harboring assholes.
something similar happened to Johnny. One of my crew, one of my fellow mates, sort of my fellow fishermen. Something similar like that happened to him recently, and that's a damn shame. Them silver soldiers, they're a fucking merciless lot. What can you do?
So yeah, we're just trying to get as far away as we can, and I don't know, just getting sick of all this shit. Either let the Dragonborns live or let them all be killed at this point. Just leave me alone.
Well,
But anyway,
I don't know
we're
about all of them needing to be killed off, but uh, some some of them silver folk are all right. Some of them silver soldiers are good people, but when they obey the commands of such a tyrant for pay, maybe a questionable morals. I don't know. I like to hope there's good in everyone, but perhaps not. Maybe you are right.
yeah, I mean, it'd be great if everybody could be good, but the rat does nothing to me personally, but I still have to sometimes get rid of it because bad things happen to other people. But anyway, I noticed you guys seem like you live your life out on the waters, and some of us are trying to get even further south, and we heard the fastest way is down the river. Do you happen to know anybody who'd be able to ferry us and maybe a couple horses just to, I don't know, Wormwood or something? Just something a little bit further away from that turmoil.
I mean, the silver soldiers kind of run the show as far as the coming and going of goods on the docks. It's not likely you're gonna get passage, at least not directly. You might be able to sign on with them, or but most of the barges that travel between to and fro have actually kind of been commandeered by the silver soldiers. There's not many free captains left, and the ones that are under strict orders for stricter deliveries and even stricter taxes. I mean, it's just too risky. I think if they caught somebody trying to break the law, they might murder you on the spot or worse. I don't know. It doesn't seem right for them to be taking out of everybody's stuff. But I don't think there's whole lot of anybody around here that's gonna stand up to them and defy them. At least not directly. You might be able to work a deal out under the table somewheres, but most of the barges, most of the things capable of carrying some real stock, some maybe a handful of people and some livestock. Most of those are taken over by the Silver Queen. The ferry still runs. I mean, he's independent. He takes anybody wherever you need to go. 2 copper per crossing. And you can even bring a mule, a horse, or a cart with you. Yeah, his barge is big enough. And but aside from getting you across the river to the road that leads to Wormhearth, I don't know. There might be a wild-eyed fisherman around here too. He kind of winks at you. Dram up a good-sized chunk of gold. We might could get you a little closer to Wormhearth, but it's not gonna take any horses or anything. Our fishing canoes are pretty small.
I'm not too attached to my horse anyway.
It's about this point that the rest of the party arrives at the inn. You guys kind of see Logus and Locris talking to this small group of fishermen over at the table.
Or since we're in disguise and they didn't see us, we see them walk in and just kind of flag them over.
Well, do we recognize them? Like, how good are their disguises from our point of view?
I would have changed into a blue dragonborn and did my usual thing of putting my shield on my back and then putting my large cloak over that.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And I mean, you all to some extent have taken a little bit of time to try to hide your true self, but somebody that you've been traveling with pretty consistently for the last few weeks, you recognize them. Maybe not so much by their face, but maybe by the way they walk, or perhaps the gear that they hold. But it's not really hard to pull them out of the crowd, Logus, especially for someone as astute as an elf.
But in the mindset of someone who just saw the poster and is looking at them, do they look good?
They all look partially different than what the poster you had been presented. They don't match exactly now.
Okay, then we'll see them. And my friends, we have a table here with our newfound fisherman friends here, the locals to the town we're in.
Oh, hi there. Yeah. So, think any word on getting across the river to the other side? Because I'm thinking this place is getting a little crowded, and we might want to try and avoid all the hecticness.
Yeah, Shuluk. He's the ferry. He takes anybody who wants to go. He runs every 30 minutes all day long, and does one night run at midnight as well. He's your best bet. He'll get you across the river, a couple copper coins per person, and there you go.
All right. Well, thank you kindly. Well, fellas, you guys are almost done with your beers. We might want to, get ahead out. We might grab some supplies, and think we might need to, get a move on soon.
So, I'm just bringing this up now. If I'm in robes, I would imagine I should probably stay outside of the tavern. I don't know if it's like seen for me to be like inside. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, are priests of Paler like the old abbots who used to brew beer, or are they like the staunch people who think beer is the devil?
It would vary from the perspective of the worshiper. Some worshippers of Pelor would be knights, so they would not be strangers to a strong drink. But the robes are kind of really meant to be modest, and they're kind of generic. You're not wearing like robes of the priest of Pelor. You're just kind of wearing some old brown dirty robes with a rope cord, belt. It is not anything luxurious or fabulous. The way Steltic was identified as a priest was not only kind of the robes, but he wore like a big holy symbol around his neck of Pelor, which you don't necessarily have. So as far as anyone else, onlookers are concerned, you're just in kind of a bigger, loose kind of covering robe.
Okay, gotcha.
All
I
right,
might.
so lookers. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say maybe just for consistency, I will. Blade will probably maybe just stay outside and just kind of keep a low profile wearing the robe up.
Yeah, you could pull like a Jay and Silent Bob and post up on the outside of the quick stop type of situation. Just kind of there's enough road commotion, going here and there that you're not really sticking out of the crowd or anything. You're blending in quite well.
Yep, I
Perfect.
just picture Renwick and Blade standing outside exactly like Jay and Silent Bob.
And also, Sean, Logos would be keeping track in his head for an hour Because if an hour is almost done from the time that I cast the spell, I'm gonna have to recast it.
Okay, you're probably burnt about half that. It's probably been about 30 minutes or so. So you've got your clock's ticking.
Well, gentlemen, seeing that we have to get across the ferry, no point in waiting. Should we maybe get a move on, or would you like to have a drink?
Well, I gotta see what I can sell, what few goods I have, try and get us on this trip. So you gentlemen can enjoy the rest of this beer. And then Locris will just make his way out.
They nod, thank you kindly, and they smile and happily split up your beer amongst themselves.
Yeah, so I guess Glader would quickly follow suit, kind of try and keep an eye out as they make their way out of the bar, and then walk up to the rest of the group. So I think our best bet might be to sell the horses and just get across this ferry as quickly as possible, find any supplies we might need in the market, and then start looking for a captain that we might be able to persuade with a little bit of gold to get us downriver. But with all these refugees coming in, the stories of us are going to be coming in too, and then we don't know where Marinette is going next. She might be taking the whole squadron of soldiers that were in Hammerton. She might be taking them down here.
I would say either I would say we don't try and sell the horses on this side. With all these people coming in, I don't know if we'd really get a good sale. And the ferry can take them over where the market is, and there's another set of stables. I wonder if we'd have better luck selling them.
We also have a cart, though. And I don't think that they might be able to squeeze a mount on. They're not going to be able to bring the cart. We could try to let go of the cart here and sell the horses over there, but in all honesty, we'd probably get a better price for a package deal.
You guys do kind of notice, like, as this ferries kind of go back and forth. It is kind of a Dipper's Point trading post being kind of a more merchant-oriented spot. Most of the city is across the river from you guys, but there are some of these large barges that are occasionally ferrying things over. And aside from small crowds of people, you are seeing ox pulled wagons and stuff come off of these barges. Like, they're pretty significant size, but when they land, it takes hours to get up and going again because they typically unload both peoples and cargoes before returning to one side or the other. But it looks like it's quite busy in this neck of the woods as far as the river is concerned. You're seeing both ferries and large barges go back and forth across the river quite a bit, as well as up and down it, going farther up towards kind of where you guys came from, and also farther down towards kind of like the Wormhearth area.
Now, with that being said, do we see any way that we could get over to those main barges without having to pass through like a line of soldiers for pat downs and everything? Or is it like if we take the big barges, we have to basically deal with the soldiers?
The large barges look to be all controlled by the soldiers. However, there is a public ferry that just kind of goes back and forth. And it is not quite as large as these barges, but it can hold, a small crowd of people and perhaps, several livestock and a cart. It's not as giant as these giant shipping barges, but it's big enough to get like a merchant carrying some wares across with his cart.
And does it look like the guards are doing TSA style, where for the most part people are going through no problem, and then they just grab one person for a quote unquote random search?
So pretty much, you do notice that the small crowd of refugees that didn't kind of disperse on this side of the river is gathering around the barge, as the ferry the ferry can only take so many people back and forth. And he seems to like fill. It looks like the ferry's filled up quickly and is taking large groups of these refugees across. But the refugees seem to be the target of these pat downs and search and seizures. They're very much being I don't know, profiled at the moment. The guards seem content to bully the new people who are clearly helpless.
Well, should we just try out this shoe luck first and see if he can just ferry us across real quick?
I mean, Lokers makes a good point. We'll probably get a better price on the other side. So if there's a public ferry that's not exactly being controlled as heavily, then we can make a pass at it.
Just might want to look more, I guess, local. Otherwise, we might have a hell of a time crossing.
Well, I think the public ferry is the local ferry, and like the big barges are the ones controlled by the soldiers. Did I understand that right?
Correct. There's still like a privatized ferry, but the most of the transactions happening in and around the water are controlled or at least dictated or overseen by the silver soldiers.
So can we see the water from here, from where we're at?
Yeah, you guys are just kind of at the Dead Cow Inn. There's a couple of like warehouses between here where you guys are and the docks. And there looks to be a lot more docks on the other side of the river. But there are a few docks on your side, and even farther down the river, there's some smaller docks for clearly being used by smaller fishing vessels.
Is the river like massive, or is it a pretty small river? Like
It's a pretty
we were
big
trying to-
river, but it's really, really slow. It's like a really lazy river, but it's probably 50 or 60 feet deep, and also probably that wide and across. It's probably 75 feet from one bank to the other.
And does it look like maybe down the way or a little bit that there's a way to maybe cross the river without being noticed?
It's possible, but from what you can see in the local area, it's the river does kind of bend as it kind of travels on, but for the most part, this particular neck of the woods is kind of flat. So you get a good view of the river from the bank here.
Okay, are we alone right now? Like, is our group alone? Or are we still around the other locals?
You're kind of around. You're either in or around the Dead Cow Inn, and there is a bit of a ruckus kind of going down. The refugees have kind of stirred things up. The guards are, hassling them to at the very least. But for the most part, yeah, you guys are in a decent sized crowd is kind of formed around the area.
So would it be like not very possible to kind of get the group like off to the side a little bit so we can talk without having to worry about being heard?
You can certainly like dip around a corner or step. You're kind of just out in the city. You could definitely step away from the crowds if you wanted to have a private word with somebody.
One last thing. Does it look like, so there's nobody in the water, right? Does it look like it'd be frowned upon to swim across? Like, I know they have a ferry, but maybe there's like people who like to just swim across. Is that a thing, or is that not allowed?
You don't see any like no swimming signs or anything. Like you could potentially swim if you'd like.
I feel like that might draw some eyes to us, though.
So I'll kind of pull Gladiator to the side and, it is entirely possible to avoid the ferries altogether if we just swim across. I may have something that could help us move a little faster across the water. But we do run the risk of being seen. I mean, it is possible to go down the river some and maybe away from eyes. But if we're worried about getting on the boat and being questioned, I mean, it is possible to get across without boats or anyone having to take us.
I mean, that's a fair point, but then we'd have to sell our mounts here, and we do run the risk of, what if one of the soldiers sees us and they come to us asking why the hell someone's swimming across the water when there's a perfectly good ferry. I feel like it's just a little bit risky.
I think we're overthinking this. So, all in favor of just taking the private ferry across the way and trying to sell the mounts on the other side of the river, buy our supplies, find a boat, and get the fuck out of here. Say aye. And Renwick will say aye.
Yeah, I think that's probably our best bet. Ah,
Aye, as a man of the cloth.
Yeah, let's get the hell going.
And I'm just gonna say to the group, y'all keep saying our mounts, and I don't have a fucking mount, and it hurts every time you say our mounts. R.I.P.
you can share.
Bomb Pony.
Blade
Like,
will
dude,
run.
you shut your mouth. My horse died because I was trying to save your horse. Don't talk to me.
All right, guys, he's a little touchy about the mounts. Let's just get across the river and do business.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
as you guys push forward to the dock, the bigger of the docks where you see the ferry come and go, you notice that like there's a crowd of the refugees. Not all of them are being hassled. A few of them, maybe the more rowdy ones, are getting hassled by the soldiers. But you notice that they're kind of, as the barge approaches, they kind of just push onward, and this Dragonborn. He's a blue Dragonborn. He has to stop them. Whoa! Passage isn't free. A couple of copper coins per person. A silver for any livestock or wagons. And let's do this up front. So, and a few people are like upset and kind of throwing fits and trying to negotiate with him. And he's kind of cold. He just waves his hand and just like nope, move along. Like, and he's only allowing access to his barge or his ferry to those who could pay for it, which doesn't seem to be everyone in the crowd. So several people begin to push on as he kind of takes their coins, and it kind of comes to you guys. It's a silver per mount, a silver for the cart, and then 2 copper for each person. So it's an inconsequential amount of money, but he makes you pay up front.
Chris will pay for his horse and himself and just walk across.
Thank you, and welcome to old Shuluk's Ferry. We're gonna get you across real quick and in a hurry, and if on your way back, you pick something up you wanted to share, mate. I've been known to trade a drink or two for a good passage back. Got some strong spirits on this side of the river. I'll tell you what. He kind of takes the money from not only the rest of the party, but also several other refugees and maybe even a couple locals kind of pile onto this ferry. And there's about 20 or so people that he begins ferrying across the waters. Once again, it's a silver for everybody's mount, so Logos gets off the hook on that one. But Blade actually takes 2 silver, 1 for the mount, 1 for the cart. Aside from that, it is 2 copper a person. So it comes out to be another like full silver piece when you break it down for the party.
Well, I'll just go and drop a couple coppers since I'm all alone. I have nothing.
Welcome to Shuluk's Ferry. Let's do this. And he begins the slow process of getting you guys across. It looks to be like he's got a rod slash oar that he uses to guide the ferry across, and it's only a few minutes before you are safely able to disembark on the other side. Where do you guys want to go from here? A small crowd of refugees kind of disperses, makes their way amongst this side of the city, and then this is obviously a more populated side of the city. You notice that there's more people, more hustle and bustle, along with that, more guards. And you also notice on this side there's kind of extremes of like both wealth and poverty. Like yeah, within eyesight of the docks that you guys are standing on are several like rundown wooden hovels that are homes to some of the locals. And then, just down the road, you can clearly see like large, rich white marble mansions, trimmed in various, golds and silvers and precious metals and things.
Alright, so what do you guys think? Unload these horses at the market, or see if the stables will buy them, where they could turn around and resell them?
Well, we might get a better price at the stables. But I mean, the market is on the way. We can't compare prices.
Well, we're already heading to the market for supplies anyway, so let's just see if we can sell it in the same place we're buying stuff. Just do it all in one. Spare ourselves the time. We don't want to stick around here any longer than we have to.
Yeah, I say if we can't get rid of these, for a decent price, we just leave them attached somewhere. Somebody will come steal them eventually.
All right, so off to the market. Maybe we, don't separate entirely, but form a loose group so we don't look too conspicuous. Party of 5 of us heading down, horses armored, all the such.
We'll keep a short distance between us, maybe put 2 up front and 3 toward the back, but stay close enough that if anything goes down, we're able to reconvene.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Logos, at this point, you're pushing it. You've only got maybe 10, 15 minutes left on your spell. And as that kind of, you guys definitely make your way down this kind of row of really nice houses. It's kind of got it's like a gated community almost that you're kind of looking into. They all have nice estates and manicured lawns, and these are multiple story, large, beautiful homes. And as you kind of travel on, you go by a barracks. It's also a very large, like 3-story building, a bit bigger than some of the manors you've seen, and it looks to potentially house a few thousand individuals. And as you kind of press on past that, the scene becomes more normal with the more kind of impoverished neighborhoods. They're kind of rundown hovels, if you will. But as you guys make your way to the market, you see that it is like a thriving, living like thing. Like the market is just got so many moving parts and people hooting and hollering. There's so many stalls and people, large crowds buying food, buying different accessories, maybe some jewelry. There's definitely some armor stands, some weapon stands, different maybe even some magical components. Like this market is surprisingly well stocked, and you see that the docks kind of behind the market are also equally as busy. Like they are just constantly coming and going. Like people showing up and unloading boats full of product and then carrying it up to the market, and in some cases not even opening a stall, just setting a pile of their product on the ground and then standing near it and crying out, this for that, prices here, best freshest you'll find, and this market is actually quite impressive.
All right, where to first, boys?
I guess I just find go ahead and look for any sort of um, I guess just the biggest looking one, like the biggest stall, and see if he can try and find someone to buy the horse, or maybe trade the horse for some goods.
So, what are you looking? You're looking to trade the horses specifically? Is that the kind of stall you're looking for?
Yeah, something to just like sell the horses first, maybe get some extra gold, and then move on to looking for more useful things for our travels.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's not great. 6.
So you
Could
know,
everybody
you,
make a
you notice a
perception check if we're all
stall.
in there?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah, you notice a stall, Gladier, that does have a few livestock standing near it. Kind of a gruff, a musclier gentleman running it. And as you approach and kind of gesture to the animals, maybe being willing to sell them, he nods and sets his butcher cleaver down to inspect your animals.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, we're just trying to sell these horses and see what kind of gold we can get. We're looking to find a ferry to get us down. So if you know of any knowledge about that as well, that'd be incredibly helpful.
He looks at you and kind of narrows his eyes and looks back to the beasts. He inspects them a little bit and he's like, I don't know. It's rough meat, but I'll give you 15 gold for the horse and 10 for the ponies.
15. Well, you rough meat. Are you a butcher?
Aye, yeah. Name's Gortuk. How you doing? It's rough meat, but it does sell. You can stew it, I guess. He kind of stares at the your horse.
Well, thank you, Gortek, but we've kind of grown fond of these mounts. I think we're trying to sell them to someone who won't eat them. Um, but no, thank you for your business, and you have a good day. And he's just gonna turn and look at the group and just like wave, like point, like go, go, go. Maybe one of you guys with their better eyes can try and find us a suitable buyer. Gortuk just wanted to eat our horses.
Well, this is going to be a little bit embarrassing, but do me a favor and pick me up. I need a better view.
He raises his eyebrow in confusion, but then shrugs. And
I'm 3 feet tall, man.
bends
We're in a
down,
massive crowd.
both hands underneath like his armpits, like a toddler, and just holds him up.
Is there any chance I get advantage if he's lifting me into the air so I can see?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on a perception check.
Well, I rolled an 8, or sorry, a 5 for an 8, and then I rolled an 8 for an 11. Preferably just something that's not a butcher, because I'm not going to sell Pony Danza to somebody that's just going to eat him.
Well, you do see, you kind of, it is a big mass of moving people. It's a big crowd you're looking through. And you do notice some other horses in the area, and you kind of give them a scan, but as you kind of look over, you notice that someone's kept maybe looking back a little bit at how peculiar it is for a halfling to be lifted above the crowd. But you do notice a couple of bounty hunter carts are making their way through the market. Horse-drawn carriages, wise.
No, he'll be like, all right, set me down. And then he'll relay to the party that he spotted some bounty hunter cards passing through.
All right, let's go. Then cut them off. See if they want to buy these horses.
I don't know if we want to talk to the bounty hunters. That seems like a pretty bad thing to do. Just
no, bounty hunters. Yeah, he knows.
considering our history.
Delay that order.
Well, best keep a low profile. Maybe we just do our shopping and we'll sell the horses to the stables on the way out of town. I believe there's a set of stables on this side.
That side. And the other side. What do you mean? Sorry. I mean, technically we are disguised, at least Locris and I. I mean, the Gladeer, he's a blue dragon, but I mean, we could go and see about these horses to the bounty hunters.
And the stables are right next to the market, so why don't we just head down to the stables, get rid of them there, hit the market. We have to go back toward the docks anyway, so we're really not going very far out of our way.
Yeah, that almost feels like poking a bear because you're dressed like something a bear would be afraid of. It probably still wouldn't go well. They just beat us for the sake of beating us.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the bounty hunters at all costs. So we either sell them to the butcher, which I don't want to do. I'd rather set them free, or we take them to the stables.
We
All
do
right.
have the bounty hunter badges still, if we want to rouse some feathers.
I don't think riling feathers with this many soldiers around is a good idea at the moment.
All right, yeah, I think the
I mean,
stables would be our best bet.
it might not be round feathers per se. I mean, we do have badges and we do have disguises. I mean, there's a way in.
Speaking of Logus, at this point you kind of have to duck into your cowl as you know your spell begins to fade. You're not necessarily revealed, but you definitely are relying more on stealth at this point than an actual disguise.
All right, now go
Right.
talk to
Well,
him.
if I if I felt it fading, I would have like put my cloak up and kind of just as like maybe step off to the side real quick and recast it.
Okay, yeah, keep track of your spell slots, but for sure, that's a cantrip or what?
No, it's a first level spell for me, so I've used two.
Okay.
I got it marked here on D&D Beyond.
No worries, just try and be helpful here. Yeah, what'd you say, Locris?
Oh, I was just telling Logus once his disguise self fell. Now go talk to him.
Yeah, I ain't scared of no bounty hunters. We killed them. We killed a good group of them already.
No, I ain't killed
But
nobody.
alas, if y'all don't want to sell your mounts, then perhaps we'll just wait and sell them on the way back.
No, I think we can go down to the stables and sell them.
I'm gonna plan to stop by the stables when we leave the market, but
Yeah.
can I just find a spot within view that I can tie him off? Like, are there any, I guess, tie off areas around the market where we can post them up and then just grab our supplies, pick them back up, and dip out?
Not particularly. Like if you were to do it in the city, you would have to stable them. Otherwise, you're risking somebody like Gortok just kind of walking off with your mount. Also, it's kind of a really crowded area. There are several people on all around you and your mounts as you kind of make your way through this crowd. Looks like the only places to like hitch it up would be like to a post that is currently being used by merchant stalls and things.
I think later would probably just start taking another look around. Want to look for anything, either like a general goods, well, kind of both. Looking for like a general goods kind of market stall, or anything that appears to be like a more unique, kind of like I don't know if there's any what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but like anything like a general goods kind of stuff, and then also like more unique items that might be like maybe a traveling merchant is trying to sell off some like unique rare items.
Okay, give me a perception check for something unique, something that stands out versus general goods, because the general goods are easily found. Those are abundant and all over everywhere of this market. You could easily find some general goods, but give me a perception check for something standing out.
Can I get in on that?
I was gonna say, I think
Yeah.
a lot of us are gonna be looking for some more unique items while we're in an area that's so heavily traded.
Think,
Absolutely. You guys can all give me a perception check as you guys kind of scan the market.
19 total.
dirty 20. I think that's my best perception check I've rolled this campaign.
When Gladiator sees better than Logus. The
Natural
shock
20.
on my face. Whoa! The shock on his face when they're out percepting Logus.
23 for Blade.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
So Blade and Gladier, you guys for sure notice amongst all the random things that are getting bought and sold here, there is a small gnome, and he is standing outside of a tent. However, this tent looks to be placed upon like a very intricate, fancy-looking like carpet, and the tent and the carpet are floating off the ground, a couple of feet off the ground, but right behind him. And he is waving to people and catcalling. Oh, I've got many items here for you. Come take a look at my supply. As he kind of tries to catcall customers and drum up a bit of business for himself.
Yeah, I think Glader would just elbow Blade in the side, like, "Hey, that looks pretty interesting. Why don't we head over there, guys? I think we Blade and I found something."
Well, it definitely looks like the right place to go, and he'll go right with you.
All right. Hello there, sir. What kind of goods you got here? Very got a very unique setup. We're kind of interested in drawn to see what you've got.
I am Balin, and welcome to Balin's Traveling Wares. Balin has much that you would probably need too. What are you looking for? What could I help you find, sir? I could, my stock is simply too valuable and vast to present to the average Joe out here, but I might have something you're looking for. What are you looking for?
Well, for starters, maybe any sort of potions you might have, something bolster our defenses in case there's any bandits along the road. Because we're traveling, we're trying to get to a safe area with all this craziness going on. So we're going to be on the road a bit, and we don't want to be too defenseless coming across any hazards or any sort of healing potion, something of the sort.
Oh, I have many healing potions for sale. What did you have in mind? Give me just a moment. And he runs in and rummages around in his tent. You hear the clinking and clanging of like pots and pans, and he exits a few moments later with a big leather satchel, and he sets it down gingerly and unclasps it and kind of rolls it out. And within this leather satchel are several potions, and he kind of displays them on the ground
in front of you. He says, "I've got several standard and a few greater even. How many are you on the market for?"
Well, how much are you charging for the greater healing potions?
For you, he kind of looks you up and down. He says, "How about 300 apiece?"
300. Well, that's interesting. How about if we grab one of the greater and one of the regular standard healing potions, you cut me a bit of a deal.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. Jeez. Oh, that's another dirty 20. Rolled a 14, I got +6.
He looks at you up and down for a moment and says, "All right, you buy a couple from me and I'll give you, 10% off? Is that fair?"
10% off. Now that seems still a little steep. How about 150 gold for a standard and a greater healing potion?
No, no, no. Man, that is rough business there. I'll tell you what, I only have 2 greater heals in stock. You buy both of them for 500 gold, and I'll throw in a standard.
Yeah, that just seems a little steep for my taste. Yeah, I'll think about it. Some of my friends here might want to look at your wares as well, but I'm gonna ponder your deal for a minute.
Certainly, take your time, inspect the goods, and he kind of lets you kind of look at this a pouch of healing potions. He does have a couple greater and a 5 standard available.
Hmm.
Renwick will step forward and say, I'm looking for perhaps some unique items that might have a little bit of magic to them. But before we get there, and he'll pull out 5 vials of poison that we had in our loot pool and ask him how much he's willing, or sorry, 6 vials of poison, and ask him if he'd be interested in purchasing any, or including that in some of our trade.
He eyeballs the acid or the poison, and he kind of he gestures to it. No thanks. Not interested. I'm capable of making such potent elixirs on my own, and for pretty at cost, really. And this is subpar to what I could create myself for almost free.
Yeah, it's always worth a shot. That being said, what do you have in terms of more unique items? I've got a fair bit of gold and perhaps some precious stones, and he'll pat the sack on his belt.
He eyeballs the sack and rubs his hands together and smiles in the kind of creepy, childish way only gnomes really can. And he's, "Well, what do you need? What are you looking for? My supplies are sometimes rare and mysterious. Is there something specific old Balin can help you acquire?"
Well, I might be looking for a bit more fancy of a hand crossbow, or perhaps some items that might be particularly adept at protecting me should I run into any trouble. Really anything with like a unique quality, or perhaps if you've got some ammunition that might be enchanted or possess any sort of unique quality.
Give me a moment. And he rushes back into his tent, and you hear more clinking, clacking of pots and pans, it sounds like. And he returns with a quiver, and within is a small, several bolts that are bound by a leather cord, and he presents them to you. These are fine make indeed. Perhaps these could be of interest to you. And he hands them over for you to inspect. They're clearly superior in make. They look to be forged from solid gold. It's like there's no separate pieces like the tip of the bolt and then the shaft and then the fletching. Like it is all one solid gold chunk. And as you kind of pick them up and look at them, they vibrate with a sense of arcane energy.
Now, what exactly do these do? And he'll just take one out and kind of inspect it.
I hear tale that they rarely miss, even with the most subpar of crossbowmen's aim.
And just how much does one of these run you these days? As he twirls it between his fingers.
I'll give you the all I have, which it's a set. It's only 5, but 125 gold pieces each. So running tab is going to be 625 for the set of 5.
Duly noted. I can't say I'm not interested. Now, on the side of protection, do you have anything that I could wear? Perhaps a cloak, a ring, or anything that might keep me a bit safer while I'm out in the wilds.
I might be interested in that as well if you have more than one.
Make that 3.
He kind of taps his foot and looks at the party for a moment, and then protection, you say? Well, he dives back into his tent, and more clattering and whatnot goes down, and he returns with another satchel, similar to the potion satchel of before, and kind of rolls it open. And within it are 3 vials of glowing pink liquid. And he gestures to them and says, potions. Potions of resistance, perhaps?
Well, I was looking for something that wasn't necessarily consumable. Do you have anything of that sort, or do you deal mostly in potions and ammunition?
Well, Balin's stock kind of fluctuates, so sometimes I've got quite a bit, sometimes it's a little harder to procure. But give Balin one more shot. And he dives back into his tent and starts clinking and clinking around. And when he returns, he drags with him a very large shield. How about this? And he kind of gestures to it, and it is a pretty decent make, probably masterwork quality, but doesn't have to appear to have any magical properties.
You son of a bitch.
Just teasing it. Well, he's gonna
I wasn't
pull
there,
out.
so
Renwick's gonna say, "Well, I think the shield's a bit big on me, and the potions I'm not entirely interested in. However, those bolts." And he pulls out the star ruby that he's been holding on to, and he says, "How would you be interested in the star ruby?" And I'll see if I won't put some of that toward that quiver of bolts you've got.
Okay, and the Star Ruby was estimated at what, 1,000?
Yeah. Book price is 1,000. But of course, I'm gonna try to schmooze. See if I can't get a little extra gold for it.
He looks at the stone and then back to his bolts. He says, "Oh, trade straight across then for my bolts for the gem."
Now, you and I both know that those bolts aren't worth nearly what this gem's worth.
He kind of frowns, like, "Ah, there's always a catch." Okay, what are you getting at there, tall guy?
I tell you what, how about, would you come down to 400 on that quiver? I'll flat out buy the quiver off of you. And if you're still interested in the ruby, we can talk price. But if not, I'll hang on to it for now.
So you want just the quiver, or you want the bolts that go with it?
Well, the bolts, of course, with it. The quiver is nice, but the bolts are what I'm interested in. I just assumed that it was a box set.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Also, can I just be staring at that shield to see if it looks like it's made of boulette?
Oh, it is clearly a masterwork metal shield.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe he's somehow like intercepted.
That would have been really funny. Well, that was a 1, but I can reroll 1s for a 19, which is 25 total.
So he kind of he looks at it. He says, "Well, shit. I'll tell you what. I like the look of that gem. I like it a lot. I'll give you the bolts, and I'll throw in something a little fancy to kind of up my end of the bargain." And he doesn't actually have to go into his tent this time. He pulls a bag from his belt and unattaches it and kind of gestures it to you. He says, "I will give you this and the bolts for that gem." And he tosses the bag to you for you to inspect.
And if I inspect this, would this perchance be a bag of holding?
It is.
So he's offering a bag of holding and the 5 bolts for the Star Ruby?
Correct.
Oh. Well, in that case, you've got yourself a deal. And he'll walk up and shake his hand. And yeah, I'm fucking pumped about that.
He happily takes this like large gem and stuffs it into a coin purse that it shouldn't fit in, and it just kind of bloop, vanishes into nowhere. It shouldn't quite fit into this coin purse he's got, but seems something extra dimensional about it. "Pleasure doing business," and he grins ear to ear and kind of stares hopefully at your other companions.
Renwick, as he'll tie off the bag of holding and pull one of the bolts out and twist it around in his fingers, and he'll just say, "Well, I really appreciate you. What exactly did you call these things?" And he'll kind of gesture with the bolt.
"No clue. Found them on a dead guy in the woods, to be totally honest. I can tell they're arcane, but what they really do, just kind of word of mouth with my customers. Apparently, they're good stuff."
Well, guess I'll have to come up with a name myself then. And he'll just nod at him and kind of step aside in case anybody else is needing to chat.
All right, well, I thought over your offer, and what do you say about 450? for the 2 greater healing potions in 1 standard.
Go ahead and roll me another persuasion check.
I would like to think that since Logus bought something pretty pricey, that he would have stayed standing outside and just keep a lookout on the bounty hunters and the soldiers, just kind of keeping an eye out for anything interesting.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, you go ahead and give me a perception check as well.
I rolled a natural 1 for a 7, but that's a crit fail. God damn it.
He
27.
he thinks for a moment. He says, no deal. He's gotta, it takes time and energy and effort to brew these guys, but it's worth the extra 50 gold, I promise. It's a couple of superiors, and I'll throw in the standard. But that's as good a deal as I can get on these, really. They'll move eventually. If not you, then the next batch of rowdy adventurers, for sure.
Wait, are they superior or great?
Go ahead.
Are they superior or greater?
2 greater and
Oh.
and 5 standard is what he has available.
Okay, I'll just do that. All right. Here's take the gold.
He happily does business with you, and like before, you notice he puts all of the coins in a very small bag that should not be able to hold that many coins, but seems to.
All right. So the deal is 2 greater. I got 2 greater and 1 standard for the 500.
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right, well I'm done. Glader would probably just move back out and chill by the exit with Logus while everyone else did their shopping.
Logus, as you're kind of keeping an eye out, it's just the hum and thrum and bustle of the marketplace, but you do notice as these bounty hunters kind of make their way through the crowd, they are putting up a few flyers here and there, and it does appear to be the bounty poster you had seen before. And not only are they putting up flyers, they're occasionally flagging people down and showing it to them, like, "Hey, you seen any of these guys? Hey, you seen any of these guys? You." It's clear they're looking for you.
Logus is gonna curse under his breath and head inside and whisper into Glazier's ear, "The bounty hunters are handing out flyers and they're looking for us. They've if people didn't know about us, they do now." I'm gonna whisper that in his ear.
Okay, so Balin kind of turns his attention to another crowd of people that kind of come by, kind of, "Ooh, what do you have here or there?" And he kind of starts working his magic on them, I guess, trying to drum up a sale. What'd you say, Gladier? Go ahead.
I was just saying, sorry guys. Yeah, I figured that would happen, but I don't think it's going to take them much longer to finish up shopping, and then we can sell these horses and get on out of here.
Locris is going to try and wave down this shopkeep.
Yeah, Balin is all too happy. You wave him down. "Oh, another customer. You guys keep this up, and you might get the preferred rewards card or something. What can I do for you, sir?"
Well, I'm looking for primarily one of 2 items, either a weapon with special properties, and I don't mean one of those plain +1 type extra strength weapons. Something with a little extra pop, fight off the bandits and the wolves on the roads. Or maybe an animate shield if you happen to have come across one.
He stops and thinks for a moment, and then dives into his his little tent, bangs some more things around, and he comes out less rumble and tumble. He comes out very slowly, and in his two hands he has something wrapped up in a purple cloth. And he very gingerly and slowly unwraps it. And with being careful not to touch it at all, he reveals to you a curved dagger, like a very like snake-like, S-like curve in the blade. And he presents it to you. This kind of a more mysterious item for sure. Might be, I don't know, some kind of magic, but it gives me bad vibes and bad voodoo. I'd be happy to part with it for, we'll say 700.
Am I able to get an Arcana check on that?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Come on, big numbers. Ooh, 90-20 for 23.
It's clear that it's got, after you kind of check it out a little bit, it does have an arcane kind of vibe. It's got like an arcane energy to it. And you can't quite tell what the item does without being like attuned to it, but you get the strong sense of necrotic energy.
Well, I'm drawn to necrotic, so 700.
Aye, 700. I heard an adventurer that sold me this plucked it off of some subterranean gnomes or something. A weird breed of what they call Snivevlin? Something like that. Some dark gnomes. This is where it was forged in the Underdark. It's came a long way to make it to the surface. Not many Snurfneblin around.
Yeah, I've never heard of them. Probably hang out with the snipes out in the woods.
Could be. What do you say? 700 and it's yours.
Throw in a regular healing potion.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 21.
He pauses for a minute and looks at the dagger and then kind of shudders. All right, deal. And he puts a standard healing potion with it as well.
All right, and I will give him, what is it? 70 platinum.
His eyes perk up and he grins. Real pleasure doing business with you. And you notice he puts it in a separate pouch than the ones he was putting everything else in.
Trying to make it easy to count for yourself later?
Something like that. Anything else I could do for you, sir?
That's it for me. And I will walk away.
Blade will kind of approach the counter and flag him down.
Oh, and you, sir, what can I do for you?
Well, just overhearing my friend here, it seems like you might not have anything in terms of, or that might be able to protect me with, being a ring or so, but maybe you have items that would help maybe disguise me, or I like to think of myself as an entertainer. Things that might, help entertain crowds or provide as entertainment. Anything of the sort like that. Do you have anything like that?
He ponders for a moment and then dives into his tent, digs around some more, creating some more ruckus. And he shows up with a couple of items. In one hand, he has a book, And in the other hand, he has a strange lute. He presents them each to you. This is a tome of great bardic ballads and adventures that has been rumored to be lost to time. It is quite the fantasy novel stock full of children's tales, and some of them are so compelling, even the most mundane of bards, if were to memorize them, you would be able to hold a great captive audience. It is quite a good read. And this, he holds up this lute. It looks to be like porcelain at first, but it is actually completely made from a single chunk of ivory, it looks like. He says, this came from a beast on another plane. A single tooth was knocked from its maw, and the talented elven folk of the area had crafted it into this fine musician's tool. He kind of lets you look over both.
Can I look at the loot and see if it has any like magical properties to it?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Arcana. Ooh, not good. 5.
So you get a distinct, you can definitely tell it's got some sort of, arcane energy emanating in and around it. But as to like what it may be or how you could potentially utilize it, you're not sure at this point.
So Blade would kind of look at these, look at the item, look at the book as well, and be like, these are very fine items. Now, of course, these sort of things you don't find around very often. How much are you looking for?
We'll say 300 each.
Blade will kind of glance them over again and be like, how about 500?
Give me a persuasion check.
All right, here we go. Persuasion is 24.
His eyes kind of narrow at you, and he's like, boy, it is a tough crowd today. All right, deal. He shakes your hand.
Blade, very grateful, takes the items and bows to him and says, I will sing songs and tales of your generosity. Thank you.
You better. He grins and kind of waves as he kind of motions on to help other customers. Okay, so does anybody else need to do anything at the market before moving on?
I think we're probably heading to the stables, right?
No, Locris wanted to go to a general goods stall and get more disguise makeup. Another disguise kit.
Okay, yeah, it's easily found. I don't have the PHB on me, but it'll be standard pricing.
All right.
Do I see anyone like selling bows or arrows or anything like that?
There are certainly a couple of weapon stalls, and you did just watch Renwick buy some magical bolts from Balin, this gnome.
Does he look like he has magical arrows though?
As you kind of question him, he stops and thinks about it. He says, no magical arrows, but I do have something you might like. And once again, rummaging through his tent, he comes out with a bow. It doesn't have a string on it, and it looks to be completely made of quartz crystal. stringless, but he presents it to you. Perhaps this is of your liking, sir. This is a rare bow indeed. But for a simple 1,500 gold pieces, it could be yours.
Would you mind if I pick it up and see how it feels?
Please give it a look. And he hands it to you.
So like, I'll hold it, and what happens when I like try to knock an arrow in there?
Do you knock an arrow, or do you just like pull it back, or what?
Well, I'll try to like mess with where the string would be and see if like if there's usually where you got like a little knock where you can put the arrow like like I would try to test it out in all ways that I can to see what it does.
So as you kind of mock draw back on this bowstring that's not really there, you feel a tug. You feel as if resistance of a standard bowstring, and as you kind of pull it back a little farther, even though you didn't actually knock anything into the bow, at a certain point, out of nowhere, an arrow of fire just kind of erupts from the ethereal plane to within your bow.
Oh my gosh.
This attracts the notice of several people in the crowd, and people kind of a flaming arrow just kind of showing up, and Balin just kind of waves his hands around. Oh, no need, no worries. He kind of lowers your hand with the bow. He's like, please don't get my shot banned or attacked. The silver soldiers like to bust balls, so let's not bring them over here, okay? Let's keep that down.
Well, my apologies. I just you have to just feel the equipment before you know whether it's right for you. Would you take 1,200 for it right now?
He looks to you, and he looks back to most of your party that has kind of talked him down. He says, "Man, you guys drive a hard bargain. I'm not even going to fight with you on this one. Make it an even 13, and it's yours."
Well, I'll reach my hand out and shake it. Yeah, you got yourself a deal. And I'll reach into my pouch, pull out one couple platinum and couple gold, and hand it over.
Okay, yeah, it comes out to 1,300 total, but yep, he is happier than a pig in shit. And upon doing this, he actually dives back into his tent after taking your cash, and soon arrives with a closed sign and hangs it on his door as he returns to the interior of his tent for the time being.
Is there a name for this bow so I can add it in D&D Beyond?
I'll give you the stats here in a bit, but until you attune yourself with it, you really don't know.
Oh, true. So I'll kind of walk back to the group and just like in awe and just like completely in love with my new bow, and take my old bow off my back and run with it to you. And you think you have room for my bow in that new little bag of yours?
Oh, I reckon it'd fit. And he'll take the bow and very magically just slip it right into his bag of holding in a non-sexual way.
Yeah. And then
Sure.
please take care of it. It was a gift from my father. It does mean a lot to me.
Oh, you're giving me your like straight up bow because you're attuning. Okay, noted. I will mark it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna tune to the new bow and give up my +1 bow for now. I think it'd be kind of silly to walk with just 2 bows on your back. I feel like that looked kind of dumb.
All right, now that we're done shopping, should we try and find see if we can sell these at the stables up the road?
Well, actually, Sean, could I carry 2 bows on me, or would I have to give one up?
You can carry as many bows as you want, man. You can only use one at a time, but you can carry as many as you want.
Okay, then. Well, then I'll just hold on to it for now because I feel like a fire arrow at times would be maybe not the best move.
Renwick will non-sexually pull the bow back out of the bag of holding and hand it back to him.
I feel like you're biting your lip as you're sliding it out.
Oh yeah. I stop and I put it back in a little bit, and then I pull it back out, and I'm just staring you in the eyes the whole time.
So this is like, ooh.
A few people are passing by. You know, an older lady, her kid stares at you, and she like covers his eyes. Come on, move, child. Okay, so you guys kind of make your way from the market down, heading kind of towards out of town, but there is some stables off on your way out. And you notice on your way up to these stables a fairly large female human, tall, broad-shouldered, blonde hair. She is throwing hay for some horses and cows and things, and she greets you. Hey, name's Samantha. What can I do for you? You looking to board these beasts? And she kind of eyeballs your stock.
Well, hi, Samantha. We're actually thinking about taking a ferry down and heading out of town. So, as well as these steeds have done for us, we're actually looking to maybe pass them off for a bit of gold. Would you be interested in purchasing these 4 horses? We also have a small cart, if you that we could throw in as well.
Well, in the interest of transparency, I'm fairly certain that it's 1 horse and 3 ponies, but
Oh,
nonetheless, they're the 3 best damn ponies you'll ever meet.
She kind of looks over the stock. She says, well, I mean, I can buy them off of you, I guess. We mostly just board the animals. I try to, I guess I could take them to market. Gortok could probably buy them, but it's kind of a waste of such fine animals. She kind of runs her hands over the horse and some of the ponies, and she's like, "Are these sturge bites? Like these creatures are in horrible shape. What in the hell? Their shins are all cut up from travel. There's some sturge bites and some soot and singed hair. Like these beasts have seen a rough time. I don't know that I could give you a fair price for these beasts. To be fair to you,
Well,
I will not have you besmirch the name of Pony Danza. Now that there is a fantastic horse who's been through a fair amount, and I can tell you that there's literal boatloads of refugees that are going to be looking for mounts, and that these guys will fetch you a fair price. So we'd expect a fair one in return.
fair. All right, you're probably right, but refugees don't really carry money. So just for the record, but I mean, I probably can get rid of these. Shit. I can't give you probably what you paid for them, but I'll give you 40 for each pony and 80 for the horse.
The 200 gold then, and what say you about the cart?
You should probably just leave the manure cart on the side of the road somewhere.
Fair enough. We'll look at the party and say 200 gold to give our friends a fine new home, or at least a a shot.
Or not Gortuk.
yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. It's a lot more than we were gonna get from a Gorda who's just gonna eat them. So, yeah, I'm okay with that if the rest of the group is.
Well, yeah, it's about 50 apiece.
Well, I'd
Yeah.
imagine we just sell them individually because Gladier's horse costs more than the ponies, so we'll take what they're worth for each individual, and we'll just leave the cart somewhere. Quite frankly, and he'll look over at Blade and be like, "Sorry about your tour bus, buddy."
I just put new rims on it.
Well, somebody else will enjoy it. Maybe some kid looking to play or some other horse looking to shit. It'll be used. Don't worry.
He just kind of mutters like, "This is bullshit."
All right, so I guess we so you guys get 40 and I get 80. All right, well, Samantha, you have yourself a deal. Here's the horses. Treat them nicely. They've done us some good work, so be nice to them.
Oh, we will do. And yeah, good luck with your finding travel down the way. You're gonna need it. I hope your pockets are deep, 'cause it'll take a little bit of some kind of motivation to move some of those old captains to do more than they absolutely have to. So good luck.
I appreciate it. You wouldn't happen to know who might be the most agreeable captain on these docks, would you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say none of them. They're all salty old dogs, cat calling and whistling at me. I don't prefer any of their company.
I appreciate the help in the business. We'll leave you to your work then.
She nods and then goes back to you, grabbing a shovel and fixing to shovel out some of the stalls.
Renwick will pull Pony Danza aside and give him some hardtack and pet his face and just tell him that he hates that he has to leave him, but where we're going, it's not safe for ponies. And he wants him to have a good life with Samantha as he turns ownership over.
At this point, you got to kind of play out the scene where the pony doesn't understand, and it looks deeply into your eyes, and it just nudges you and tries to follow you, even though it shouldn't, and you have to be a little more abrasive, like, no, go on, get out of here, and it's very heartbreaking.
White fanging this poor thing.
That's exactly what I was
We've
thinking.
been through a lot.
Well, Chris is going to go up to his horse. You cost me 30. I got 40 for you. Good deal. And walk away.
Blade will walk up to his Brittany spurs and be like, you rode beautifully, and I bet you'll taste beautifully. I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, so as you guys part with your mounts, what is the plan from here? You guys have hit the market. You guys have parted the mounts. You guys, I assume, are either heading out on foot on this road. You're gonna try to flag down a ferry. What's the plan?
I think the plan is to try to secure a ride on the river to Warm Hearth. Are we all still agreed on that?
Yeah, works for me.
Yeah, because we'll need a boat anyway, so we could get down there and get situated.
Agreed.
So you guys kind of approach the docks and give me some perception checks as you guys are trying to spot yourselves a good captain.
Would you give a character with the sailor background advantage on spotting a good captain?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yeah.
A 13 and a 1, but the 1 re-rolled is a 19.
19 total for Locris.
13 for Blade.
Yeah, okay. So, first I gotta say, I think you guys came up on value on those horses, but I think it was Gladier that took the shaft. 'Cause your ponies didn't cost as much as Gladier's horse, so Gladier definitely got ripped off, and the rest of you guys got hooked up. But that aside, I had to mention that. You do notice that there seem to be some what you would consider standard dock problems. Like you guys kind of notice right off the bat of some of the freer merchant vessels that do arrive. They're immediately kind of bogged down with not only soldiers, silver soldiers, kind of going over their inventory and hassling them, giving them a hard time. But also, it looks to be like a little bit of red tape. Some officials are there giving them some nonsense. Yada yada. But yeah, you do notice that there seems to be a vessel parked. That after some time of heated discussion with maybe the harbor master's assistant or something, and some silver soldiers, it looks like he's been landlocked through some red tape, and they have taken his ledgers for further investigation, and he's just kind of stuck on his ship awaiting their return for what the next move would be for them legally, so that he could unload his stock and pay his taxes on it and yada yada. But you could tell right off the bat somebody is stuck and stuck by the bureaucracy of the local government, and not very happy about it.
And Locris, you rolled a 19-2, right?
Well, were we supposed to
Yes,
roll
I did.
perception? Did we roll perception or did I miss that?
We rolled perception at the docks, yeah.
Well, I rolled shit, so it don't matter.
Locris, what'd you roll?
19.
Okay, so we saw the same thing. So Renwick will tug on your sleeve and just be like, "Do you see what I see?" And kind of gesture over toward this captain frustrated with the red tape.
Yeah, I see somebody who might be willing to cross some lines.
Or break right through him. And he'll just kind of gesture toward the party to move in that direction.
Yeah, so as you guys kind of approach, it is an older man. He seems to be sitting on a decent sized vessel. He's got several crates and barrels that are unopened, about a dozen of each in total. It takes up most of the available room on the vessel, at least topside, and as you guys kind of approach, he says, "Hey, I don't want any trouble." He kind of puts his hands up. "I don't want any trouble, guys. I don't know what you're looking for, but it's not here. Okay, I don't. I'm not a merchant. I'm just dropping stuff off. I'm not part of any business anywhere. Okay, I'm just dropping stuff off. Okay."
And Renwick will
Renwick, that's
approach.
your cue.
Yeah, Renwick will approach and just be like, "Oh, we're not looking for trouble. Quite the opposite, actually. The name's Renwick, and do you mind if we come aboard and have a chat with you?"
He kind of looks around and he looks concerned. He's like, I don't know, Mister. His hands are still up in the air, like kind of in like the surrender position. He's like, "I don't know, Mister. I don't know. I don't know you. I don't know these guys. What do you want, man? Just stay over there for now. What's going on?"
Well, that's fair. I don't mean to scare you. I can assure you that we're not with those dickheads you were dealing with back there. In fact, we're trying to avoid them ourselves.
He immediately takes a sigh and like drops his hands to his side. Fuck. Okay, what's up, man? Make it quick. If they see you over here, they're gonna come snooping. What do you want?
Well, that's fair. We're just looking for passage out of this town. Hopefully heading south toward Wormhearth. If you happen to be heading in that direction, we could make it worth your while to bring us with you.
What's worth my while?
Well, that depends on what price you're looking at, but you'd have quite a few capable hands to help you with the journey itself. And, well, we could sweeten the pot a little bit with some gold, or perhaps some items, of course. But from the size of your ship, it looks like you could probably squeeze the 5 of us on there just fine. Quite frankly, it seems like you're stuck in this port anyway, so...
I tell you what, how many people are we talking here? That just use that? The 5 of you?
Hey, just the 5 of us and what we're carrying.
All right, I tell you what. Give me 20 gold a person. I'll put 100 gold in my pocket. I might actually make some profit on this run, but we got to do this smooth, and we got to do this my way. Like I can get you out of here and towards Wormhearth, but I can't be seen leaving town with you. These assholes are gonna come back with my ledger, tell me what a piece of shit they think I am, give me a pittance for what I fucking earned, and this could take fucking hours. But if you're willing to wait till nightfall, and maybe let me pick you up outside of town a little ways, I can take you most of the way to Wormhearth, but upon docking at Wormhearth, I'm gonna get the same fucking treatment there, because there's more of these silver douchebags everywhere. So I take you most of the way to Wormhearth. I'm from Scale Shores. I think I'm gonna avoid the whole fucking thing. But I'll take you most of the way to Wormhearth. I can drop you off there, just outside the town, maybe a mile. You have to do a little bit of walking, but I can get you there pretty close anyway. But I can't dock there, or they're gonna hit me with some more taxes and fees, and the 100 gold I just get off of you guys is gonna go right back to these silver twats.
Renwick will look back at the party and just kind of shrug to see if they nod. But he'll whisper, "It sounds like a pretty fair plan for me. And in all honesty, we don't want to be going in through the docks anyway. We'd probably rather go in on flat ground. So being dropped off a mile outside of Warmhearth is probably our best bet, in all honesty. And if this guy can get us out of here without being seen, that seems like a win-win."
Yeah, I think that's a good deal. Fair deal.
Okay then, just outside of town, follow the river down a little ways, and I'd say let's get out of this distance of get a good mile or two under you. I'll light a lantern on my boat as I slowly cruise down. Maybe an hour or two after sunset, hopefully. Depends on how long it takes to get my paperwork, but I'll pick you up on the bank just outside of town, and I'll get you most of the way to Wormhearth. Have that coin ready for me.
Will do, Captain. We'll have you. We'll have your money waiting for you, and we'll be ready.
I insight check the captain that he would actually pick us up and not just run away with our gold.
And also, I want to insight him to make sure like he seems really cool on ferrying us, and he's not gonna go and alert the soldiers. Like, does he seem like a trustworthy person or not?
Well, he did also say that he's not, like, he said to have the gold ready at the bank. So he's not taking the gold and meeting us later. So that's one thing. But yes, I would assume we are insight checking him if we're going to be getting on his boat.
Okay, everybody who wants to, go ahead and insight check this captain.
Sean, you did this. This is your fault, but I got a 16.
Oh, I'm done with the riot. I'm rolling so shit. 12. What I'm worried about is that we say we're trying to get smuggled to Wormhearth, he goes and gets soldiers, and we walk into an ambush.
Oh, I believe the captain. He's the most trustworthy captain since Captain Sully.
For the most part, as far as any of you can tell, he seems down on his luck and genuinely frustrated with the Silver Queen at the very least. So, while you fail to discern his motives, you can assume safely that he's at the very least not an ally of the Silver Queen.
Anybody want to give me advantage on my insight?
I rolled insight separately.
Yeah, so did I. All right. Well, I guess
you guys noticed, like, as it looks that the Silver Soldiers seem to be patrolling like the docks district, particularly because there are a lot of warehouses full of goods, and you notice that they are kind of shaking down people when and where they can. But as a battalion gets a little too close, he
he definitely kind of makes a scene of it. Now go and get off my dock, or get off my boat, you damn beggars! You know, he cracks a stick at you guys and kind of like shoos you off of his boat. You know.
Yeah, I guess I'll just run off and to make haste back, like off the docks, back towards like just I guess the main road going through town.
Yeah, as you the hustle and bustle is still kind of standard. The It is getting late into the day. It is about dusk at this time. So not only is the standard hustle and bustle of the Dipper's Point trading post kind of going on around you, so is like an influx of refugees. You guys see a lot of poor, a lot of homeless, a lot of hungry. And though a few people do seem to be reaching out and helping, especially anyone with children, for the most part, as many people as are helping, you see kind of being picked on and bullied by the local guards.
I want to see if I could find a quiet place where I'd be able to do an attunement for an hour.
Yeah, just someplace we can maybe just head to the inn and rest for until sunset.
It is pretty much sunset at this time, but as you guys kind of make your way towards the inn, it's literally so crowded. It's like standing room only. You're probably not likely to find a quiet place there. However, the captain you guys just did business with did mention like a little bit of a cove outside of the town. He was hoping to catch up with you guys at, so potentially. Going there and relaxing would get you guys out of the crowd, out of the city entirely, so you guys can attune yourselves.
I think that should be what we do then.
Yeah, we might as well. I don't think we're gonna find any quiet or rest here. We should just head to our meeting place and best be prepared anyway, just in case this guy gets cold feet and turns us in. We might be able to just prepare ourselves.
Aye, the sooner we get out of town, the better. So if we can go ahead and get down there and get a nice clear view of the river so we can be on the lookout for him, I think that's probably our best move.
Alrighty.
Okay, yeah, so you guys make your way slowly out of town on foot, and you notice that some of the traffic, it's definitely a lot less, but there are still, the occasional people on the road leaving, whether on foot, on horseback, or towing a wagon behind them. Some of them are clearly some of the refugees, red dragonborn and dwarves that are kind of just moving on, either not wanting to stay in Dipper's Point or just not welcome, and they kind of continue to move on. And you find this little stretch of beach kind of by this riverside pretty easily, and it's out of sight of town, and you can assume that pretty safely that this is where the guy was talking about picking you up as the sun slowly sets and starlight begins to come out. So I assume you guys are attuning to everything then.
Yes, I'm going to attune to the dagger, and at the same time, I want to do my Pact of the Blade ritual with it, if you allow me to just do those at the same time, which would cause it to then become absorbed as my new weapon.
So you're gonna have to do that one at a time. So as you attune yourself to this curved dagger, and you feel how light it is in your hand, and you examine the material that it's made out of, which is not a metal you're familiar with. You can't tell if it's mithril, steel. You're not sure what this metal is. And as you kind of are testing the litheness and the weight of the dagger, deep within your own mind, you hear an echoing voice. Are you my wielder? Shall we ally ourselves? And then silence.
Out loud, Locris is going to say, "What the fuck?"
The dagger kind of hums in your hand, and it gives you a very cold feeling, a very weird sense of like necrotic energy, and the voice comes again. Are you my wielder? Are we allies?
As far as I know, yes.
Great. Lead the way, my master. And you feel like a cold, like frost emanate from your hand where you're holding the dagger, and it shoots up your arm and into your chest, and you feel like a bond with this blade somehow, some way. You can't explain it, but this is important. You need this. This is, part of you now, and it's you can't explain it, but it's hard to put away. It's hard to sheath. It's hard to not look at. You find yourself obsessed with this dagger, and after it addresses you as its master, you do not hear the voices anymore for the time being.
Logus would have definitely wanted to attune to the bow as well.
Okay, so as far as the dagger goes, Locris, you fail to discern any actual abilities, and you do, however, feel like a sentience, and you feel like if you were to make this dagger your pact weapon, you might be opening yourself up to something abyssal in nature, maybe demonic. Like you feel like absorbing this weapon is potentially, almost like you're allowing a possession of yourself. Like this blade you have acquired seems to be somewhat sentient.
Okay.
As far as what it does officially, you are not 100% on, but the next time you roll a nat 20 or a nat 1, we're gonna have to have a little side combo. So keep that in mind. Make a note of that.
Is that only if I'm using the dagger?
No. Your next nat 1 or nat 20 will have a little side combo, and that's attack rolls or ability checks.
All right.
Logos, the bow you have is, I don't think it's going to translate because it's a 3.5 bow, but the crystal bow of fire, essentially 3 times per long rest, you can fire a magical arrow from the bow, and it is the standard stats of a +1 longbow, but the damage done is fire damage instead of piercing. So aside from that, moving on down to Renwick. Renwick, the bolts that you bought are +2 to hit and +2 to damage.
And no name to him, just +2 to hit, +2 to damage.
Correct.
Cool. He'll twirl one of those around as we're sitting on the bank and just be like, I think I'm gonna call these golden eye bolts.
Ooh, nice. So as you guys are kind of fiddling and with your new Blade, if you attune yourself to this instrument, you find that it is the Dragon's Tooth Lute, and it permanently increases your charisma score by 1 and gives you one extra use of bardic inspiration per day.
That's amazing.
And then the book is the Book of Ballads. If you at any point you feel like doing a performance, you can, as long as you have the book attuned to you, like on your person, maybe using it as a stage prop or reading from it directly, you can make performance checks with advantage.
What was that called?
The Bardic Book of Ballads.
Hey Sean, question from my bow. Like as I'm attuning to it and like messing with it, like can I only use it 3 times for that fire arrow, or can I knock regular arrows into it?
It fires regular ammunition. However, 3 times per long rest, if you draw the bowstring without any ammo in it, it will summon the fire arrow.
Okay, so but it still does like +1 longbow action.
Correct. It's +1 longbow stats, but the damage has been altered from piercing to fire damage.
And when I don't use the fire arrow, it's just standard piercing.
Correct.
Okay.
While we're kind of just sitting here and resting, Glader's gonna walk up to Blade while he's, looking at his new loots and just sit down next to him. So, Blade, seeing as you're one of the, one of the few other people that helped me keep this party alive as far as healing goes, thought I'd give you one of these potions I just bought. Do you have any potions on you at all, or is it kind of, you're just using your spells to keep yourself alive?
Well, I mostly use my spells, but I do have a healing potion handy, just in case things get a little gnarly.
All right, why don't you take one of these greater healing potions I got, because I had one to begin with and just got 2. So, you take one just because you help us stay alive. I want to keep you alive too. So, if you get in a tight spot, this greater healing potion might help you a little bit. And I'm just gonna give him one of my 3 greater healing potions.
Okay, yeah, for sure. As the night kind of wanes on, after a few hours of dark, you do see a lantern hanging upon a mostly empty vessel that slowly approaches the beach. A familiar face kind of calls out to you. All right, then, let's make this quick. I don't need to be seen. I don't need to be followed. Let's go. I assume you have the gold.
That we do. And I'm assuming everybody's going to put up their 20 gold.
Yeah. Drop my 20 gold into Renwick's hand, be like, all right, so you made the deal. Seal it.
And when Renwick hands him the 20 gold, he's going to slip him an extra 5 and just be like, I really appreciate your discretion. Should anybody ask you if you've been ferrying people around. That being said, I don't believe I caught your name earlier.
As you guys kind of load up and he pushes off the bank and he says, well,
And I appreciate your discretion in letting anybody know that I was fucking ferrying anybody around. And, in the light of brotherhood, maybe we just keep our names to ourselves, huh? He just kind of slowly pushes on.
Captain Smith it is. And he'll give him a wink and go settle in.
And he slowly and quietly pushes his waterbound boat. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It looks like a barge, but it's much smaller. This watercraft doesn't actually have very high edges either. It's only about a foot down is where the water level is. So there's not a whole lot of wiggle room. But luckily there's no like rapids or anything. He kind of just slowly coasts through the night and down the river. There's not a lot in the way of things to be seen. It's pretty dark. You guys hear nature going off around you, bugs buzzing, and the occasional screech in the night. But the captain doesn't seem to be phased in any which way. And after several hours of travel down this slow river, he finally brings you guys to a slow stop. And he says, well, Wormhearth is just up ahead. It's a city on the river. It's a lot smaller than Dipper's Point, but you got a settlement on either side of the river. Essentially, there's a bridge running through town, though. You don't have to get on a ferry. But do you have a preference, left or right side of the bank? Because you're gonna have to be getting off right about here. I don't want to be seen by the silver soldiers carrying extra folks and all the nonsense that comes along with that.
Well, is it kind of a equal settlement on each side of the river?
I
Or is one
mean,
bigger than the other?
one side's got the university, and the other side's got like some houses and a bar, an inn. I think a temple. So your call.
So if we're a few hours after he picked us up after dark, would we be coming up on like dawn, or did I miss that?
It has been several hours into the darkness, so yeah, you've only got maybe an hour or two before daylight.
Okay,
Well,
so by the time we get off the boat and like make our way toward town, it'll be approaching dawn.
Correct, and Gladier, the entirety of this riverboat ride has spent the duration of your belt's powers.
yeah, I was just about to ask that. All right. I think in that case, I probably wouldn't be the main one communicating with. 'Cause I thought about that afterwards. Probably wouldn't be the main one communicating with the captain, because I have a traveler's clothes, which includes a cloak. So I'd probably be like, on the bow or the bow of the ship, kind of as far away from the captain as possible, with like my hood up and like my hands tucked underneath the cloak, trying to just hide my gold scales. And I would let everyone else communicate. Yeah, I'd trust them to figure out the best course of action. So I just let them communicate where we're going.
And what's the verdict? He kind of looks, I guess, to Renwick. You want the left side of the river, the right side? Coming up on it, the right side's got some stables, the temple, an inn. Yeah, the left side's also got some of those things. It's got the barracks. There's more soldiers, but it's also got the the university grounds. You have a preference? Do you care? I mean, either way, you're about a mile out.
But what do you say, boys? I think we're probably most interested in the university, but we might be able to find sanctuary. Should we maybe check out the tavern or the The church.
Let's go to whichever side has more woods. I think our friend needs a nap.
You realize that at this point in the river, it goes from like rolling grasslands, kind of at Dipper's Point, to it's very very thick forest on either side of the river. Like there's not a lot of you can't see through the forest more than a few feet. It's pretty thick. There is a nice like beachy landing spot on either side of the river here, but he's essentially dropping you off into the middle of the forest.
1 through 10 right side, 11 through 20 left side.
Unless anybody has any strong opinions, might as well leave it to chance.
Just leave it up to the fates.
Avery says left side.
Okay, yeah. He pulls over and lets the party get out of the barge safely, and he slowly turns himself around and he nods to you guys. Fare thee well. Good luck and stay clear of any silver clutches. He pushes his boat off and heads back into the direction of Dipper's Point.
Renwick's just going to turn to the party and be like, you know what? We really needed that. It's refreshing to meet somebody that doesn't fucking betray us.
Roll initiative. No, just kidding.
As Captain Smith levels a cannon at our direction from the ship.
With scruff.
Exactly.
We never figured out where Scruff went.
So you guys
Eddie
are
right
kind
in
of
the water?
on the side of the river in this like heavily forested region at night. So how do you guys move forward from here? What's the plan?
I think we just back off into the woods a little bit and set up camp. We can't go walking into town with Goldilocks over here shining.
Renwick will look over at Logus and be like, hey, with your fancy trick, how long can we all climb into your hole?
If I recall, I think he said it was an hour.
Yeah, you might be muted, Logos.
I'm sorry, what happened? I was saying goodbye to my dad. I didn't hear it. That's what
I just asked you how long your rope trick lasts.
Oh, about it. So I can only do the rope for about an hour at a time.
Okay, so it's only worth a short rest, not much
Yeah.
more than that.
I could potentially do it for 2 hours, but not much more than that.
Well, we could either. Honestly, this is going to be tricky. So,
I mean, if we
Gladiator's
would
down the
like
belt.
to
We do have a new
venture-
disguise kit. We could attempt to disguise him and squeeze into town to find a safe spot, or we could camp out in the woods for a bit. But I feel like most of the things we need to do in this town are not going to be open in the middle of the night. So it's not like we can really wait around.
I grew up in the woods, Jim. If we need to potentially carve out a little camp out, I could probably help with that.
And on that note, while you guys kind of hash this out, I'm going to step away real quick. I got to hit the restroom. I'll be back in just a second.
Logus, how many spell slots do you have left after all your disguised selves?
Well, I mean, we never really specified how long. I mean, I would assume we were on the beach, I would have been open with my cloak out since we weren't having to interact with nobody. And then I would have cast it again on the boat, so I only have one more spell slot. And then, I mean, I could upcast it at level 2 and have it for 3 more times, but then I'll be out of spell slots. So technically, I can do it 3 more times if we need to.
So yeah, we'd have 2 people sticking out as we go in.
I mean, we could send a small group of us in to scout out the area and have the 2 that stick out a little bit more stay back into the woods.
I mean, as a ranger, I could potentially just help us camp out in the woods if we wanted to just do that.
I mean, I'm down for whatever. We do have the disguise kit, so we can disguise ourselves to people who are hard on disguises and head into town or camp out in the woods, either way.
If it's coming on dawn, we can assume about 6, 7 a.m. An 8-hour rest would put it to about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I guess if we kept going, we probably might risk being exhausted because we haven't rested. Unless we went straight for an inn and then slept, but
Well, how much time do you have left on your belt? I mean,
His
I'm
belt's
done.
gone. Yeah, he said the belt's
He's
gone.
done.
oh well, then shouldn't? Why don't we just camp in the woods then? I mean,
Well,
don't
if
we
it
have
was
like
overnight and
minerals?
we were on the boat, Sean, and it was a gentle ride down the river, how long were we on the boat? Was it long enough to get a long rest, or was it more like 3 or 4 hours kind of thing, and we probably just got a short rest out of it?
It was a several hour boat ride. I didn't really give you guys the option to post up and sleep, but I suppose if you guys wanted to, rest, you guys could have squeezed in almost 8 hours of rest on the boat ride. It was very lazy and chill ride, not rapid filled or requiring you guys' help in navigating or anything.
So could we like kind of say we got like half of a long rest on the boat and then we camp in the woods and finish off a long rest? Would that be something we could do?
Yeah, I'd say if I assume you guys, since you're so insightful and paranoid at this point, you probably wouldn't sleep without like a watch, I guess. So, I mean, if you want to split it up, we'll say you guys are looking at, if you can get another 3 or 4 hours in, we'll count it as a long rest.
Okay, you guys just want to find a spot in the woods then and just finish off this long rest here and then go into town?
Well,
I think that's a good compromise. You let the town wake up a little and get bustling, and more people around that we won't cause a scene.
and also we might have to because if I was having to put up my disguise self on the boat, that means I'm out of disguise self at this point.
Yeah. All right. Well, pointy-eared ranger, you mind finding us a nice little camping spot so we can get a little shut eye?
Yeah, can I go and like try to lead them through the woods and kind of find a nice little spot hidden away where we could camp out and rest?
Yeah, for sure. It's not. The woods are pretty thick, but you do find that it's pretty actually nice, like temperate climate. It's kind of warm outside, and you don't have to go very far from this little beach to find like a nice, easy spot to camp. It looks like it might have even previously been camped in before. There's several old fire pits that looked like they've probably not been used for some time.
Well, this looks as good as place as any for us to bed down. I was kind of slumped down next to a tree because I'm pretty exhausted, having used all my spells to keep up the shtick.
All right. Well, I guess I don't mind taking first watch if you guys want to, get a a little bit of shut eye, and then I'll finish off later. Or do we have enough time to? I mean, we have time to like switch off and do watches, right?
Yeah, you like I said, you another 3 or 4 hours to go of resting, and you guys could be good to go. So as long as a couple of those involve sleep, or you'll be fine.
Well, hey, Sean, actually, I forgot. If we were on the boat for 4 hours, I could have got my long rest.
Yeah, so you could pull watch.
Oh, so you're good.
Yeah, perfect. There we go.
I only need 4 hours for a long rest, so I'm back at full.
So
All right, Sharpie.
okay, as the party kind of beds down and finishes up their their long rest, just off of this riverside, you can still hear the rushing water. Dawn does kind of approach. You do see like the orange colors in the sky off in the distance. It's kind of hard to see everything with the forest in being so thick. But no sooner than does the sun come into the sky, then do you guys hear a blood-curdling scream and the sounds of deep, deep laughter. Many voices laughing as a piercing scream curdles your blood in the morning, shoots everyone awake. It is clear that somewhere off in the distance, within the wood, something is going down.
Can I try to like climb up and maybe a tree and try to see what's going on, or is it something I have to move closer for?
Give me an acrobatics check as you kind of make your way up the tree.
Yeah, Avrai is done work. I got to get my dice out. Bullshit. Rolled an 8. I imagine I'd just unable to climb.
You just don't manage to get very high up in the tree, and even after several branches looking out, the forest is pretty thick. You can't quite see very far.
So
You
were
hear
they able to
another
complete?
blood-curdling scream.
Renwick loads his hand crossbow and pulls out his rapier, looks around at the party. He's like, well, I can't imagine we're going to stand idly by.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Glader's gonna pull out a shield and his Kopesh, and I guess start leading the way towards.
Wait. Now hold on. We don't know what we're running to. Is it dark outside right now still, Sean?
It is within daylight has crested, so it's not like high noon, but it is definitely early morning.
All right, well,
So would you say that I get would the trees be able to obscure some of the sunlight? Like, is it pretty like dark in here, or is there like light shining through pretty well?
I mean, it's a forest, so there's definitely you could potentially dive from shadow to shadow or something to try to like stay out of the sunlight. There's plenty of hiding places, but nothing in shrouded by darkness particularly.
I'm gonna tell Gladio, you gather the troops. I'm gonna go ahead a little bit and see what we're dealing with. Since I got the boots, the mobile boots, I'm gonna start taking off and try to utilize the shadows to try to get closer and maybe get an eye on what's going on.
all right, give us a heads up with the rings when you see what you see.
Of course.
Okay, give me both a stealth check and a perception check, Logos.
And Renwick's going to try to stealthily follow him with like maybe, I don't know, 30 or so feet. Basically like in between him and the party, just so he's not super far off on his own.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a stealth and perception check as well, Renwick.
Okay, I rolled an 18 perception and a 19 stealth.
22 stealth and 6 perception.
Logos, while you creep ahead, you come to a clearing in the trees. Like there's still a few trees in the area, but it is much less dense here. It looks like an open meadow, and what you see is multiple carts that look familiar. It looks like a couple of slave carts have found their way into this meadow, alongside the standard lead cart, which would be the iron horse-drawn carriage you guys once had commandeered, something similar. So while most of the party has kind of stayed back, you kind of come upon this, and Renwick doesn't really see it, but he's maintaining a bit of distance and is, you're fairly silent as well. So
I'm inside of a bush, but the branches are obscuring my vision.
I I don't think I would see Renwick because I didn't know he was following me, and he beat both my perception and my passive perception with a 22 stealth.
true. So as far as you know, there is a field of slavers essentially, and as you kind of look on, it looks like several people are kind of fleeing the meadow, while several others are looked to have been captured. It looks like there are several men around each cart rather, and that are tying up. Looks like some freshly captured individuals. I'll send a pic real quick.
Do I see how many? Y'all get an eye on how many of them are perception roll?
As far as you can tell, you're looking at about a dozen individuals.
Does it look to be the same makeup of Brucey's group, like a bunch of halflings and humans?
They are all halflings and humans, yes.
So I'll hop on the ring and message Renwick because I think he's with the group. No, I'm just playing. I would have messaged Gladiator. So it seems that we have another bounty hunting group doing its bounty hunting thing. So we either have to pick a fight with about a dozen people, or we're gonna have to sit this one out. It's up to y'all, but we do have bigger fish to fry, so I'll leave that to the group.
Later, just kind of, I guess, telepathically growls like a hearty dragon growl. Do I have a sense of how far ahead he is from us? I mean, I know he's within 1,000 feet because I can still hear the ring. But was I able to hear maybe how far ahead he darted? I know that's probably a long shot.
We'll say, given the time it took them to get to where they kind of responded back, you can estimate you're probably 50 or 60 feet off. Sorry, let me redo my mic real quick.
Yeah, your mic is tweaking hard. Weren't you already at a time, or is it?
I think it's just telepathic communication.
Yeah, it's just it's like a sending spell, essentially.
Okay, hopefully better. No, yes.
Still pretty rough.
Yeah.
It's still doing the same thing. Could you hear him?
How about now?
Nope.
Good? Bad?
Real bad.
No,
Whenever you talk, it's like straight static.
She
Yeah.
crapped out on you. She's done for the day.
Yeah, that mic tapped out.
sure just wants to kill people. Locris is taking more of a here's our goal, and sometimes you gotta break it, let a few
Okay.
things go to get there.
Is
I feel
this
like
is this any
Logus.
better or is this still
That
rough?
sounds great so far.
Much
That's
better.
a lot
Okay,
better.
cool.
I just disconnected everything for a second, so maybe it was a wonky auxiliary cable or something.
Yeah, whatever it was, you sound good now.
Okay, great.
I feel like so Renwick's in the bush, he can't see anything, but Logus doesn't know he's there, and you use the ring to to communicate with Gladiator. So I feel like he's just in the bush nearby you, and he's like, "Psst, "What do you see?"
Logus would be kind of startled and kind of just like, as a reaction, just kind of like instinctively pull out his bow and kind of notch it. Um, Fucking Renwick, I didn't, how that, I must say I'm impressed that you were able to follow me without me knowing. Um, but there are definitely bounty hunters gathering up people again. I've already reached out to Gladia through the ring about what's happening and what the next move is.
Well, I'd imagine he's on his way then. And you see his grip tighten on his rapier.
Glader would just, in response to the information he received, like I said, just like a growl of anger, and then he would say, "Wait 10 seconds. Renwick's are behind you, and then open fire. We're coming." And then he's gonna, as he's like moving, like he picks up his pace a bit, and then turns to Locris and Blade. Says, "More slavers, just like Big Brucey's band. I think we gotta take them out. We can't let this stand." And then just keep trucking forward. Also,
Logus is gonna turn to Renwick and he wants us to wait 10 seconds and start firing. I mean, it is our motto after all, in the order, a delay in justice is injustice. Right? That was the motto or something like that. So I feel like we are bound to help.
That, my friend, sounds like justification to me. May justice be swift. And he'll just turn and get ready.
I would like to try and perceive if I can see the one with the golden badge.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's a 19 total.
You don't see anyone with a a golden badge, but you do notice that, as far as you could tell, everybody here is wearing silver badges.
Does there look to be one in particular that's kind of taking the charge, or are they all kind of just doing their thing?
It looks to be four individuals, each surrounding a wagon. Look to be either currently like wrestling down people into ropes, manacles, and chains, but they're all kind of doing the same shit. Nobody stands out.
I don't see anybody with a golden badge. I mean, it's a far shot, but do you perhaps want to take a look, or do we just attack the silver badges for now?
Something tells me time is of the essence here. So I say that we see if we can't hide in the shadow of the forest and send a couple arrows their way. As soon as our
Yeah,
friends
but
get here, we can launch.
don't forget that Big Brucey last time had the ability to go invisible, so we could be dealing with someone we're unable to see at this moment.
And that being said, the rest of the party does kind of show up behind you, Renwick, shortly after.
Renwick's gonna turn around to Locris and be like, "Hey, buddy, given this range, you think I can borrow your crossbow again? Promise I'll return it."
Yeah, and I start handing the crossbow. What the hell's going on?
Oh, did Gladiator not fill you in? We got a band of slavers up here, and well, you know our motto.
Yeah, bro, we at least going to talk to him first. I mean, we're right outside the town we were trying to get to. We start slaughtering people. That's going to draw attention. Especially if they're expected in that town and they start coming to look for them. But he hands you the crossbow.
All they're gonna find is dead bodies, and we'll be long gone by then.
Yeah, Renwick loads a bolt into the light crossbow, and he's like, "Well, I'm having a hard time standing idly by, but I can't ask everybody to go into this because we will be risking our lives. So it needs to be unanimous if we're going to engage a group that big, because it's not going to be easy."
Well, what do we see down there? We just got here. We don't know what's going on.
What do
We
you
see an
see with your
iron-
tiefling eyes?
We see an iron wagon with humans and halflings, 4 around each wagon, and the humans are wearing silver badges. There doesn't seem to be a gold badge among them. So we don't have a leader to focus on, just a bunch of lieutenants.
Okay, so what if we give them a leader?
I mean, a little halfling walking in with a gold badge.
Halfling walking with a gold badge? Who knows if humans are given gold badges? We have a gold badge, though. We
Well,
could
Big
get
Beefy
in
was a
and see if
halfling.
we could get in and see if we can either A, force them to release them, or B, at least get us into a spot where we can divide them.
It's not a bad idea. Renwick, what do you say about playing a piece of shit slaver? See if you can distract him long enough where we can get in a advantageous position and support you.
Blade's Bardic, and I have a copper badge, so he can wear one of those or a silver one if he has it. Dirty him up so they can't tell it's him. I could disguise myself to look, and the three of us can at least get behind him. See if we could pull this off with minimal noise.
I think it's going to be a tough sell to have us just come wandering out of the woods like nothing. I mean, if we were to do that, I think the only way that would even play out is if we pretend that we got ambushed in the forest or something. But I mean, is it worth losing the element of surprise if we could take out a few of them without them or before they get a chance to react? Because if they see through that guise, then I'm standing out in a meadow surrounded by people, and I don't think you're going to be able to pull me out of that shitstorm.
Well, Glader, you're the one who seems to have the most trouble with these guys.
It's simple,
How you
fellas.
want to play?
Does the risk outweigh the reward? If we get into a fight here and say one of them escapes, everyone's gonna know that we're here. And even if hiding these many bodies is gonna be a problem in and of itself. If we can avoid conflict, that's one thing. But if we can't, then I think there's only one thing to do, and that's to dispatch them.
DM, real quick question. Would we know which direction the city is in?
You can assume that you should follow the river, so you get at least a general sense.
Mm-hmm. So can we tell if the iron cart on the top of the map? I'm just gonna say top of the map is north, where we are south, east, west. Accordingly, do we have an idea of which direction the city is, like north, south, east, west?
And with those parameters, it would be east.
East? Okay. Why don't we try and stealth up along the east side, block off their escape towards the city so we don't have to worry about them running back to get reinforcements?
As you guys are having this conversation, everybody give me perception checks.
13.
5. I'm still in the bush.
Crap.
Still in the bush.
Natural 20 for 23.
Oh shit, 23, 24.
I rolled a 24. Unnatural.
So fortunately enough, you guys kind of see it coming almost as they see you. But a squadron of 4 particularly sneaky individuals come around the bend and out of hiding as they kind of glance in your guys' direction. And upon seeing you, one of the halflings immediately and instinctually grabs for a horn on his belt and gives it a good bellow. But a big war horn echoes out. Everybody roll initiative.
Oh no.
Come on, Sean, give me a chance to shoot him before he blows that horn.
Now we lost our surprise round.
I feel like with the 24 perception, I should have a chance.
I mean, as far as you know, you and Renwick could potentially still be hidden, but not all of your party.
I did say I'm in a bush. And I did roll a 22 stealth earlier. I haven't left that spot.
Great. I rolled my first natural 20 in fucking like 3 sessions, and it's for initiative.
I mean, that's good though. You're gonna go fucking first. There's no way any of them are gonna get a 29 for initiative. So you're still gonna get a shot off.
Unless one of them's a Gloomstalker Halfling Ranger, you never know.
All right, guess we're doing this, boys.
And what did Blade get?
I rolled a natural 20 for a 25.
Oh shit!
Blade is that like your third natural 20 of the
Blade
session?
is on fire.
That is the third of this session, and yeah, I just got 2 in a row there.
It is always really nice when the bard rolls high initiative.
Nat ones to hit though. Here it comes.
Don't put that energy out there.
Okay, well, no surprise. Logus, you go first. The halfling did manage to alert his party with the bellow of a war horn, but you're first to act. So what do you do?
Do I get the sense that I've been seen? I rolled a 19 stealth.
You're not sure. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Dirty 20.
One of these dudes is for sure looking right at you.
Well, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking shoot the little fucker that blew the horn.
Okay, yeah, the halfling by the tree, closest to the tree of the 4 that are closest to you.
I'm gonna pull out my crystal bow, and I'm gonna use one of my fire arrows.
Okay, yeah, give me an attack roll.
That is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
It's an 11 plus 11. Shoot. Let me get my D. Oh, let me get my D8. Would you allow me to retcon something? Would you allow me to put Hunter's Mark on him real quick?
Yeah,
As a
you can
bonus
add, you can
action?
add Hunter's Mark. It's a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna. That is a 9 plus 4. So that's 13 points of damage on that first hit. And that would be fire damage.
So yeah, the arrow turns into, you pull back and the fire arrow kind of just manifests itself and you launch it, and rather than stick in his flesh like a typical arrow, it just kind of lands and explodes onto him. And the force is enough to knock him down to one knee, but he recovers, though back to 2 feet, gasping for breath. But yeah, go ahead and make your other attack roll.
It's going to be a lot. 25 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
I'll make this one with a regular arrow. That's going to be 11 plus 5, 16 points of damage on the second one.
You take him down. The second arrow sticks firm and right into his chest, and he just collapses into like a bloody lump on the ground, slightly smoking.
So with my, I get one more attack. So I get 2 attacks per thing. Does that mean I get 2 bonus actions, or is this 2 attacks, 1 bonus action?
Your standard action would be where you get the 2 attacks. So yeah, you don't get an extra bonus action or anything.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just use my last attack to aim at one of the other halflings.
So you have an ability where you can use your bonus action to make an attack then?
No, I get 3 attacks on my first attack of the glove stalker.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
Okay.
I get an extra attack, but since I got 2 attacks, it's 3 attacks now.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Who are you targeting?
One of the other halflings next to him. The ones closest to us.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That is an 18 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
That's only 9 points of damage on that one. And then I'll move. I use 40. Not maybe. I'll use a little movement to kind of move away and try to like separate away from the group a little bit, but still hide in the trees. Utilize the shadows to my advantage of the trees.
Yeah, you kind of back away from this group a little bit, kind of trying to use the foliage as best as you can, for sure.
Yeah, that's my turn. I'll move away maybe like 15, 20 feet and just kind of get separated from the group a little bit. Just kind of use the trees as cover, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Moving on down. Blade, you kind of see this guy blow a horn. A few of his stealthy friends slowly come into view, and no sooner does this guy stop blowing the horn than does a blast of fire followed by an arrow drill him in the chest, and he just kind of collapses down into a bloody lump. What do you do?
So the one that blew the horn, which one was that on the map?
That would have been the one closest to the tree. Here, I'll drop another pic of the battle map for you real quick.
So we still have the other 3 that are kind of grouped together there.
Correct.
Okay, and they're probably all within how far of each other? Is it 5 feet per square?
Correct.
Okay. So I think I'm going to um, cast or use Vicious Mockery on that one. I think that's actually closest to us. I think, yeah, right next to the tree there. Yeah, I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery on him.
Okay, and you need from me what?
That is, I need a wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh, snap. That was a natty 20, my friend.
Goddamn. Okay, so nothing happens there. And I guess who's after me in rotation?
Renwick, followed by Gladier and Locris.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to go ahead and cast Bardic Inspiration on Renwick to give him a little bit of inspiration there. Just kind of go, Renwick, you shaved your head. You'll probably be a little quicker now.
Okay, great. Moving on down. It is actually going to be the bad guys. Go figure. Let's see here. We're going to get a couple of attack rolls out. Blade, what is your armor class? Does a 18 hit you?
That it does, unfortunately.
And how about a 17?
Unfortunately.
Alright. Gladier, I assume a 9 misses. How about a dirty 20?
Dirty 20 hits.
Alright. So, Blade. There's a couple of guys up close. They kind of target you specifically, unfortunately. The twang of their bows, and you take 11 piercing damage as a couple of arrows find purchase in your armor. Gladier, a couple come your way as well. However, one twangs off your armor entirely, but however, another one does find purchase, but barely. You take 4 piercing damage from these arrows. These guys kind of, in a sense, looking up, at least the ones in the next wagon over, kind of look up and see armed combatants, and they let their prey go. And as they do, they kind of draw their weapons and move in a bit closer. And similar with some of the other members of this, slaver, these slaver troop. But only a few more are actually able to come in range to attack. And we're going to see here. So, Renwick, I assume a 23 hits, no?
It hits, but did they see me?
They did. I rolled pretty great on my perception checks for them.
God damn. Figured 22 would have had me safe.
Yeah, until I rolled 17 on the die, and they had a pretty fat perception bonus, so they came at you pretty hard.
Damn.
Luckily for you,
Fair enough.
a couple of arrows come your way. Only one finds purchase, though. 3 damage total, piercing damage. And I think as far as it goes, it's looking at Logos. You're gonna get a couple sent your way as well. I assume an 8 misses. A 23 to hit. I assume that's gonna hit. And a 24 to hit on top of that. And a 14. So a couple more hits. That's looking at 8. That's looking at So you take 14 points of piercing damage, Logos, as a couple arrows come your way. A few of these halflings, most of the halflings move closer to you guys, and you hear, though the party is getting closer, like these enemies are descending upon you. Some of them draw weapons and move forward, but some of them draw all too familiar silver lutes and begin playing music, inspiring their fellow comrades into action. So I'll take another pick of the battle map here in just a second. Let me update it real quick. But we're going on down to Renwick. You are up.
All right. So I imagine that arrow that did, or bolt that did 3 damage, just like hit him on the side of the shoulder, glancing blow. And he's like, "Well, right. Well then, you son of a bitch." And he'll just pick up the crossbow and launch a bolt. Actually, yeah, he'll launch a bolt at the one that shot him. And it's a 17 to hit.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Perfect. That's a 1d8 plus 5 for 6, 11 damage.
This is also the one that Logos had clipped before, and your blow is the last he will get. You hit him square in the chest, and he gurgles out his last words that are unintelligible as he collapses to the ground.
Perfect. And can I bonus action sidestep to get to like the nearest tree to hide behind?
There's a lot of foliage around, but you could definitely move, the 15 or 20 feet it would take to get to the other tree. Let's see. You're kind of right here, so you're looking at, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You're looking at like 30 feet from the nearest tree. You're kind of in this meadow at the moment. But there is like foliage and stuff. You could attempt to hide just like by crouching down low and whatnot.
Yeah, if I can drop back 10 feet and try to like crouch and hide down in the foliage, that would be awesome as a bonus action.
Okay, yeah, give me a stealth check.
Fuck, I rolled a 3 for an 11.
You
have your
firmly got
inspiration
into
skill?
the bush. You might have snapped a few twigs and limbs on getting into the bush, but once again, you're kind of hidden in a bush.
Damn. Will, you're right. I should have called inspiration on that, but it was too late. So I guess I'm saving that.
Give me just a sec. I'll send another pick real quick, and then we will roll on here. Okay. Let's hit this in the map here. There we go. Okay, so moving on down, we are looking at Gladier. You are up.
All right. Gonna try something weird first, I think.
This latest map is the more accurate.
Okay. Oh yeah, they're moving up. The closest two, do they look like they've taken some damage already?
No damage yet.
Okay. So to start, I'm gonna cast Command at second level and target those first two right up front.
Okay, and what do you need from me?
That is a Wisdom saving throw, DC 14.
So one pass, one fail.
All right. Well, my command word is going to be so I just grab my holy symbol of horror and like kind of glance at both of them in the eyes. My eyes flash like a bright yellow, and I use commands to betray. So I'm hoping that kind of gets across the idea of betray their allies. For I guess just the one that failed.
All right, all right. Read me the language of command real quick. Could you real quick?
Yes. So you speak a one word command to a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on Wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. Spells no effect if it's undead. I don't think these people are undead. If it doesn't understand your language, or if your command is directly harmful to it, and then it gives examples of command words like approach, drop, flee, grovel, halt. But I'm hoping betray might get across the ideal to betray their current allies or ally.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, write some notes down here. And what else are you doing?
So that is an action. What are my bonus actions? I don't think I have a lot of bonus actions. Healing word spell. That's all spells. Shit. I'm just gonna move. Would I get the sense of which one I succeeded on commanding?
The one almost directly in front of you. Like if you took a 5 foot step to the right, you would be in line with him.
So I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna move forward my full movement, just straight forward. Actually, no. To the right, basically. So I'm in front, as far as I can get in front of the guy I just commanded. And then can I use a bonus action to turn back and shout to my party, pointing to the guy I just commanded? Don't worry about this one for the time being. Just focus on the others.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
And that will be my turn.
Okay, moving on down. Locris, you are up. What is your plan here? Renwick is attempting to hide in the bushes next to you. You can clearly see, a couple of feet sticking out of this bush. He's not doing the best job. And a few of these slavers have been dropped via ranged weapons. What do you do?
All right. Well, first I do have a question for you. Because I was looking at Warlock Pact of the Blade as well as the Hex Warrior for Hexblade. Now under Pact of the Blade, I cannot absorb a sentient weapon. Meanwhile, Hexblade doesn't say if I can make a sentient weapon a pact with, and I haven't seen any clarity. So it would be argued that if it would be harmful to me, then my patron might not allow my pact to work, since it is happening through the patron. So I don't know how you want to play that.
I will make a note on that and kind of look into that myself. But for now, in the
But
sake
for
of brevity,
this,
we'll say it's just an attuned weapon. We'll say you have proficiency with it.
well, I wasn't going to use it. I was going to pull forth my Hex Warrior weapon, or my Blade of the Pact Morning Star. So, like the magic that I keep with me. Just I didn't want
Okay.
any special stuff being thrown on necessarily that would have happened had everything else transpired. So,
Okay, yeah. Let me make a note, and then I will look into that because that's a good question.
yeah, I'll pull that forth and I'll run. I see him, but yeah, I'll try and help be a small meat shield for him. I'll just cast Eldritch Blast at whoever was not charmed.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
And it is 2 beams, so it'll be 2 attack rolls.
Oh, very nice. All right, yeah.
16 for the first one, and 21 for the second.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
That's a D10. 4 plus 5, 9 on the force damage on the first hit, and 11 force damage on the second hit.
So tell me how you knock this dude out of commission with your Eldritch Blast.
So because I use my weapon as a focus, I just give it a swipe, and 2 rays just come flying at the same time and hit him forehead and crotch and just send him flying back into whatever's behind him. Maybe busting his skull open from behind.
Very nice. And with that, his body crumples to the ground instantly and lifeless.
And then I'll just make sure I got my shield in my other hand and just try and be a distraction for Renwick.
Okay, yeah. And that will be the bottom of the round. We're moving on back up to the top. Logos, you are up. The battle map is still pretty much the same. So what are you doing here?
So when they shot at me, I could tell that they were crossbows bolts, right?
They are actually short bows.
Well, being a person who's grew up around bows, I want to back up to where I'm out of the range since I have a long bow. I have probably more range than them. So I want to back up into the woods a little bit where I can still maintain eyesight, but kind of put more of the trees between all that mass shooting. So it's more likely to hit tree than me. And then I'm going to attack. I'll probably back up maybe like 25, 30 feet into the forest. And then find a little perch and fire off a shot at one of the first 2 that were in that little group that pointed us out.
Okay, so there's the guy that Gladier charmed, and then there's a couple of humans to the left and to the right of that guy, kind of behind him. So who would you like to target?
I would like to target one of the silver badges.
As far as you could tell, all of them have silver badges.
And I'll just pick one of the the loots. I'm only carrying the loots.
Okay,
One of
great.
the bards.
Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
And I'm gonna use bonus action cast move my hunter's mark to move the hunter's mark onto that bard, and that is a 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's good damage. I'm also gonna use a fire arrow for this one.
Okay, yeah. So instead of piercing it, it'll be fire damage.
So I'm gonna hit its 8 plus 6. Quick math. 14 points of damage plus another 6 for that's an even 20 points of damage.
Tell me how you drop this guy with a first a regular and then a fire arrow.
So I would like to just pull back the string on the fire arrow, and as it manifests, the arrow will just fire so fast and so hot it just sears through his chest, and it's just so quick that for a second he's standing there with his loot, and then he kind of it feels like you see smoking from his chest, and then everyone kind of looks at him and there's just a burning hole through his chest.
Yeah, perfect. And as that happens, he kind of simmers and smolders for a moment before he collapses to the earth, never to rise again. Let's see. That's pretty much it. Bonus action, standard action.
I get one more attack.
And do you have 3 attacks when you're not attacking first?
No, but did I use 2 attack? That was 20 points on 1 attack.
Oh, I thought I mistook your hunter's mark, I think, for the second attack. Okay, yeah,
no.
Go ahead. And whom else would you rather take down?
I'll go for one of the other bards.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
That's a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, trash. Oh, it's only 3 points of damage. No, actually, 9 points because I get a plus 6. So 3 plus 6, 9. Yeah, 9 points of damage there with a regular arrow. And then I'd like to use my last 15 feet of movement to kind of move sideways to the right. Just kind of, I want to keep sticking and moving so they kind of are always, don't know exactly where I'm at. So I'll probably move 15 feet, more into the trees a little bit to the right. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, then we're moving on down to Blade. You're up. I will send a new pick real quick. Blade, it's all kind of crashing down in front of you. You see Gladier kind of standing up, but for the most part, it is, they are somewhat far off, but they are descending upon the party quickly. All right, so Blade, this is the new map. What do you do?
Oh no, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you were muted or not.
No, I was honestly just thinking. So okay, looking at the map. So it's Gladier in the front there.
Correct.
Oh man. Um. Okay, so I think I'm going to, if possible, uh, I'm going to get closer to Gladier, probably maybe like 15 feet behind him, if possible, somewhere like behind him there.
Yep, it takes 15, 20 feet of movement, but you're 15 feet behind Gladier or so.
Okay, perfect. Um, so that one, there's one that's right in front of him. It looks like is that the one he commanded?
Correct. He has yet to take a turn, but he's kind of starry-eyed at the moment.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to let me just make sure my range is okay on here. Actually, I might be a little short. I basically want to get to be like 30 feet away from that guy that's like in like that row of three, like on the left hand side. If I could, I don't know if I have enough movement to get up to being like 30 feet while still kind of being behind Gladier a little bit. It might be cutting it a little close.
I think you. So what are you trying to do? You can definitely get a little closer to Gladier. With your guys' distance, you could get to within like 5 feet or so of him. You could get right behind him if you like.
Okay, and still be able to hit the guy on the left hand side there in that row of three.
Yeah, if you're using like a ranged weapon, for sure.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Hideous Laughter on that one, actually.
Okay, and what do you need from me?
So that is a Wisdom saving throw.
We're looking at an 11 on the die. That comes out to be a 14.
All right, so that fails. And so basically what happens is the creature falls into a fit of laughter, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up, so becoming prone. And if they have an intelligence score of 4 or less, they aren't affected by this.
Okay, yeah. So tell me how your Tasha's hideous laughter manifests itself, and this human looking quite menacingly just kind of drops to the ground in an uncontrollable fit of laughter.
So obviously, probably Blade sees this group. It basically looks like probably like an army coming at them. Just these two groups coming after them, and just kind of filled with rage. Just like looking at that one human that is looking so fierce, and just like, your mother's so fat. I tried to go around her, but my horse starved to death. And then, yeah, that was it.
He loses it. He is cry laughing on the ground right now.
Perfect. And I think, with that being said, I'm going to use Healing Touch on myself for now as a bonus action. Actually, no, I can't do that. Never mind. Disregard. I use a spell, so disregard that. I'm done.
Okay, great. Moving on down. It's coming up to the bad guys round again. Okay, so this is gonna happen kind of different. Let's see here. 10, 15, 20, 25. Takes me a bit because I have so many dudes to move. So give me just a second here. Okay, so as they kind of continue to move about, let's see here. A couple of these guys actually get up here. All right. First off, bow's still drawn. A couple approach Gladier and fire a couple rounds. 2 2s back to back. So that guy's gonna miss both. The next one we're looking at a dirty 20 and a 9. So of the 4 arrows that come flying your way, Gladier, only one finds purchase, but it is 8 piercing damage. We're gonna move over to some of these other guys. They are kind of still just moving in, so let's see here. They're actually going to use dash actions, so they move a little closer, but they're not gonna attack this turn. At least those guys aren't. These guys. So a couple arrows apiece, and Gladier and Blade seem to be the target. So, Gladier, a couple more come your way. High one on that's 11, so a couple more misses. That is going to be a dirty 20 and a natty 20 for that. So, I got 1 hit and 1 crit on Gladier. Coming at Blade with a couple of shots. A 3 on the dice. A 17 comes out to be like 21, 22 on that one. A 19 on the next. And then a 1. So I got a hit and a crit on Gladier, and I got 2 hits on Blade. Blade, you take, damn, I rolled pretty good on that. You take 16 points of piercing damage as a couple of arrows find purchase in you. Gladier, the first arrow, you only take 4 damage, 4 piercing damage, and then the crit, you are looking at another 11 damage. So a volley of arrows kind of swarms down upon Gladier and Blade, and while a couple groups seem to be firing, one group seems to be just kind of rushing in, not really firing, but moving closer to the party as close as they can, rather. Send you a real quick updated map. Blade, is there something I need to do for this Tasha's Hideous Laughter? Is that like at the end of my turn save again, or is this like a period of time?
I believe, let me look up the language, but I think he is stuck prone. But let me double check it.
It says at the end of each of its turns, or each time it takes damage, it can roll a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Well, no worries. I got a natty 1 on the wisdom saving throw. However, Gladier, your suggested friend kind of he pauses and kind of looks perplexed for just a moment, and he looks around, gauging the battlefield, and he kind of casually just kind of looks over to you, hands to his side, and he says, well, he's behind you, and he smiles at you, but he doesn't take any other actions.
That he's behind us?
That's what he
Or behind
said.
you?
He smiled and said, he's behind you, and he smiled, but he doesn't take any aggressive actions.
Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah, if I wasn't paranoid already. Okay.
And that being said, we are going to move on down to Renwick. You are up. That's the most updated battle map I think I've got updated. So what do you do from there? You're currently half-assed stuck in a bush standing next to Low Chris, who's firing off some Eldritch Blasts in a few random directions.
All right, so nobody is engaged in melee currently. So sneak attack does not apply. Shit. All right, would you allow me to? Oh no, it's an action to apply poison. All right, I'm just gonna take a crossbow shot at the closest target to the right of me. The one that's near the tree.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a attack roll.
It's 21 to hit.
That hits.
And 8 damage on that. And I'll go ahead and bonus action fire a second shot. I'm assuming it's still standing.
Yeah.
It's a 13 to hit.
13 unfortunately does not hit. It kind of glides by.
Oh, son of a bitch. I forgot I had inspiration again. Well, that'll come in handy later. I'm gonna use my movement to just step 5 feet behind. Is it Locris that I'm next to?
Correct.
And he'll just say, "Sorry, buddy," as he steps behind him.
Okay, and that will bring up you, Low Chris. Yeah, after firing off a bolt or two, it's pretty clear. Renwick may or may not be using your shins as meat shields as he stands behind you. But you're up.
I think we skipped me.
Oh shit! Did I? Let me. You know what? You're right. It's supposed to go Renwick, Gladier, Locris. I did skip you. What's up, Gladier?
No problem. So with the guy in front of me saying he's behind me, would it take like a bonus action or something? Can I try and just take like I don't know, like a 3 second pause to like listen and just like kind of try and drown everything out and see if, because in the past we experienced a leader of these slavers turning invisible, and I think I would remember that and try and maybe listen to see if I hear someone moving behind me. Maybe like a perception check.
Give me a perception check, and I'm gonna say with disadvantage because you're trying to find something you can't really see.
That's fair, and we're in the middle of a fight, so makes sense. Oh, well, that would have been decent. I rolled a 14 and a 4, so that's a 5 perception.
There is a couple. As you look back, you swear, Locris has like a third leg sticking out from behind him. He's like got 3 appendages somehow.
Okay.
That's just old third leg Locris.
I'm going to bonus action cast Shield of Faith on myself to temporarily increase my AC by 2. And I guess we're about to find out if someone's directly behind me. I'm going to move up diagonally to the northeast to get in melee range with the enemy that is not under the command spell. And then I'm gonna take two hits at him with two swings at him with my Kopesh.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one is an 18 to hit.
Hits.
Second one is a 26.
Also hits. Go figure.
So that's 2d8 plus 10 damage. First hit is 7 damage. Second hit is also 7 damage. So a total of 14 damage.
You walk up and you just cleave into this guy a couple of times. He tries to get out of the way, and his armor absorbs a little bit of it, but not quite enough. You definitely leave some gaping wounds upon this guy's shoulder and chest, and even though he's kind of breathing heavily, he remains on his feet.
Alrighty. And I guess actually I'm gonna take one more step to the right. So I'm in melee range with those two front enemies that are not under my command spell.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
can you one more time read the? Do I have to roll again for a suggestion spell at the end of his turn, or how's that work?
let me double check. I don't know if there's a save. I think yeah, there's no save there. You speak a one-word command to a creature you see within range. The target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn.
Command is only
Spell.
1 round.
Oh, it is duration 1 round. Yeah, so after that 1 round, so he betrayed, and so yeah, now he would be back. I guess like
Okay.
after my turn. Yeah, I think it's after my turn. He is no longer under my command.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Okay, after Gladier, we are looking at Locris. Once again,
Wait, sorry. Can I just say, as a bonus action, can I just turn also back to the group again and just yell to watch our flank?
absolutely, for sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just do that. Then that's my turn. Sorry.
No worries, for sure. So Locris, you've got Gladier engaging in a bit of melee. In front of you, you see Blade kind of casting a spell or two. You're not sure where the arrows and bolts are coming from, but they do seem to be finding their way into the battlefield. Um, you do know that Renwick is using your caps as a meat shield currently. What do you do?
I am going to look over. I'm going to yell out, "Hey, what's your name?" "It's Teddy for now." And then I'm going to launch 2 Eldritch Blasts at the nearest one.
Okay, give me a couple of attack rolls. As Teddy looks very confused.
I'm going with both of those hit.
Did we lose Sean?
Sorry, I was waiting to hear the total. What was it?
It was a 23 and a 24 to hit.
Oh, for sure.
And then the first hit was for 15 damage, second one for 6.
Once again, another blast of your Eldritch Smite, and you all but blow a hole in this guy's torso as the blast is just too much. Sends a lot of gore and splatter across the battlefield, and ends this individual outright.
And I'll remain a shield for as long as Renwick needs.
Okay.
You're my hero.
At the bottom of the round, it's time for me to pull a shitty on you guys. I'm going to need Logos and I'm going to need Renwick to give me dexterity saving throws.
Can you use inspiration for that?
I would like to use inspiration
You
for
should
that.
probably
It is a
use
1d.
inspiration.
Holy shit, thank you for saying that. I was so bummed. That is like the 4th fucking 2 I've rolled tonight. I rolled great at the fucking shop and nothing else. I rolled a 7 on inspiration though, so 17. Dear God, thank you, Will.
No problem.
You pass. However, Logos, unfortunately, you do not. So, Logos, you take 28 points of electric damage, and Renwick, you take a 14. But as kind of before, one of someone you didn't really notice prior. A few arcane words are mumbled off in the distance, and a bolt of lightning crackles and streaks and arcs its way through the meadow and glances into both Logos and Renwick. And then we will go back to the top of the order. I'll take a new battle pick real quick. Okay, so Logos, you are first, and off in behind you a bit in the woods, somewhat. You notice kind of what you've been looking for. The person who threw this arcane bolt of energy at both of you and Renwick is in fact a kind of a gruff-looking human, a little pot-bellied, but also covered in scars and tattoos. And he looks at you and smiles as he kind of fades into vision from invisibility. But you can see him now. So what do you do?
Well, I'm gonna hunter's mark him so I know where he's at, even if he goes invisible. And then I'm gonna, goddamn, 28 points of damage was a lot. Well, I guess I'll just use attacks on him.
All right,
It's a 28 to hit on the first one.
that'll hit.
That's a 7 plus 6 for 13 points of damage. Plus 4, so 17 points of damage on the first one. I'm gonna attack again. That is a fucking 27 to hit.
That'll also hit.
Ooh, that's another 6 plus 6, so 12. Plus That is 18 points of damage on the second one. And then I would like to use my full movement to move back, maybe towards the group a little bit, but off to the side a little bit because that fucking hurt. And I want to be close to the group in case I get hurt. Something bad happens.
Okay, so you have a lot of movement, and you said use your full movement. So where do you want to go on the map exactly? Because you got a lot of options. You can move like 50 feet or something, right?
Well, I want to get behind some people if I can because I can't afford to take another hit like that.
Okay, so within range, I mean, Gladier's kind of in melee with somebody, but Blade is not too far away, and, about 20, 25 feet behind you is both Locris and Renwick.
Well, I'll move backwards so I'm behind both of them. But I want to take like a step off to the side so he's not able to get us in a line either anymore.
Okay, great.
And I just want to stay in the trees away from everyone else. And that'll be my turn because I have 45 feet.
Okay, so it's only going to take, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So it's only going to take about 30 feet to get on the other side of them. You still have 10 more feet of movement. Did you want to be, like, right behind them, or you want to take the extra 10 feet?
I'll move 10 feet back and then just one square to the left so I'm not in line with either of them. I know I can't hide, but like, is there like a tree or something that I can just stand behind specifically away from that?
There is some foliage around, but it's only, knee high. There is a few trees on the map, but as far as this meadow's concerned, most of the trees
No,
are
I'm in an
outside
open
the
meadow.
map.
Okay, then. Well, I'll do that. I want to get behind them and off to the side a little bit.
Okay, great. Moving on down, that is Blade. Blade, you kind of you hear a crackling bolt of lightning rip off from behind you. You have a hysterically laughing gentleman on the ground, prone, not too far away, and Gladier looks to be going toe to toe with a couple of rogues as a few more descend upon the party. What do you do? You might be muted.
I'm sorry, I my laptop just died, so I'm doing it all on my phone. Um, so so there's basically like two groups of enemies coming towards us, other than what we're like up in our face right now. Are those? If I have a spell that's like it says a 20-foot sphere, is that enough to hit one of those groups completely?
I would say with a 20-foot sphere, if you placed it right, you could probably get 3 out of the 4 in either group.
Okay. I think I'm going to take a risk here and cast sleep on three of them in, I guess, maybe the right side group, or maybe no, left.
Okay, go ahead and roll me out some hit die for the spell. What do you need from me? Wisdom saving throws or something?
I don't think I need any rolls from you. It basically just comes down to so this is actually embarrassing. Can one of you guys roll for me, because I can't do it? Well, actually, I think I can do it on my phone. I'm bouncing between 300 things here. So I need to. I'm going to cast it at the third level. So basically, I roll 5d8. So 2 levels above that is 4 more d8, if I'm reading that correctly. So it would be 98, I guess, potentially.
Okay, so read me the language of the spell if you don't mind. I think it's got something to do with like hit dice versus sleep. You know, if you could.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I? Oh my god! I'm not on. Okay, no, sorry, I'm not on mute. My god. Uh, the spell language is. This spell sends creatures into a magical slumber. Roll 5d8. The total number is how many hit points of creatures this spell can affect. So I'd be doing it with 4d8, or I'm sorry, 9d8. Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range are affected by an ascending order of their current hit points, ignoring unconscious creatures. So I basically will roll all that, I think those d8s, and you tell me basically how many of them I can put to sleep with however much hit points it is I roll.
Okay, great. Go ahead and roll that out, and then I'll throw that against their hit points. And you said the leftmost group?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So 43 hit points.
Okay, so with that, the two farthest individuals in the leftmost group, mid stride, just kind of hit the ground snoring.
Perfect. And aside from that, I'm just going to cast Bardic Inspiration as my bonus action on Gladier.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was a good roll right there. Alrighty. Any movement or anything?
Nope, that'll be it for me.
Okay, great. Moving on down to from Blade. It's the bad guys again. A few less coming around this time. So we're gonna deal with Blade here first. Hold on, let me do this wisdom roll here. Okay. Unfortunately, at the end of your turn, or I guess it's the end of the guy's turn who's got Tasha's hideous laughter, correct? That's the end of the turn? So
Yep, end of his turn. It's a wisdom throw, I think, again.
All right. Well, he succeeds, but he's not going to take the... He's done. He passed the wisdom saving throw, but he doesn't have anything to do this because it'll be the end of his turn. So, Gladier, you find yourself kind of in a bad way. You're surrounded by a couple of dudes who are coming at you pretty hard. Let's see, that one's a dirty 20. That one's a natural 20 again. My dice hate Gladier, I swear to God. And you are looking at... So, out of 4 attacks, I got 1 miss, 1 hit, 2 hits, and a crit coming at you, Gladier. As these guys kind of...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you know what? What's your armor class?
19 now.
Okay, so... okay, well... So 1 hit and 1 crit. I got a dirty 20 and a natural 20 on you.
Okay.
Good call there. So first one, the regular hit is only 6 slashing damage. The crit, however, is 9 slashing damage.
Okay.
These guys are gonna move forward a little bit. Couple guys come within bow range of Blade. So Blade, you're gonna get a stream of arrows. The first one's a nat 2. That's probably gonna miss. That's a nat 20. That's gonna hit. Damn, I'm on fire. I shit you not, you guys. I just rolled back-to-back nat 20s. So I'm sorry, bro, but you're getting the business end of this stick there, Blade. Sorry, dude. And the final, okay, so an 8 becomes like a 13. So I got 2 misses and 2 critical hits on Blade. So you're looking at
Oh God.
9 damage for the first critical hit. Not too bad. 9 damage for the second. So 18 total. As a couple of arrows definitely find purchase within you. Land smooth. Let's see here. In this final group. And as this other group kind of steps in to the, they're gonna join the fray. Unfortunately for you, Gladier, you're gonna get a couple more rounds of attacks thrown at you. That's a 4 on the dice, becomes an 8. A 4 on the dice again, still an 8. A 3 on the dice, 7. Getting worse here, getting worse. And fucking another 4 on the die. Damn. Out of 4 rolls, 3 of them were 4. That's ridiculous. They definitely move in on you, Gladier, and start hacking and slashing at you. But luckily enough, you are a little too armored and agile for them to find any real purchase. Let's see here. That being said, you notice the captain, the one Logos put a couple arrows in, pulls something from his pocket. It looks to be like a piece of parchment that he unravels. And as he reads from it, a few arcane words just kind of erupt from his lips. And he hurls a ball of fire through the air straight at Renwick. I need Renwick and Locris to give me dexterity saving throws.
Question: didn't I go before he launched the lightning bolt last turn?
So he,
'Cause I took a shot at the dude to like the northeast of me, and then he
Like
launched the
top of
lightning
the
bolt.
round or
So did I
bottom?
get skipped, or did he just enter initiative in a weird way?
He essentially kind of delayed his action for the first like round or 2 of combat. He didn't roll great on initiative, but he did outroll you, Gladier, and Locris.
Okay.
How
All
far
right.
away is he?
Dex save, you said?
Yeah, dex save for Locris and Renwick.
19.
How far away from me is he?
$50 feet, almost exactly.
Counter spell.
Ooh, that is a good move. On what level of counterspell you throw it up?
That I only have 3rd level spells.
Okay, I guess that'll do the trick. The magic fizzles in his hand as he throws what he assumes to be a fairly good fireball, and the arcane uses of the scroll just kind of flutters away, and he's quite frustrated as he manages to send more of a blast of warm air your way. He does, however, pull a scimitar from each side of his belt and giving you like a deadly glare. He does use his movement to get closer to you. He's not quite in melee range, but he moves 30 feet closer. Okay, now it is Renwick. Let me take a picture of the battle map. Some stuff kind of moved around, and you are up. All right. And that's the mobile pig. Also, Gladier, you're about to get fucked up. Just so you know.
Fuck.
All right. Renwick is going to move east to basically put that caster between him and all of the other enemies, using that caster to hide behind him, and then going to, as it like part of his movement, drop the light crossbow and pull out his rapier and dagger and take a couple swings. And thanks to my feat, since I'm alone in combat with him, that is sneak attack.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
Oh, off the table, sorry. 13 plus 8, 21. Natty 1 on the dagger, but rerolled for a 12.
$12 does not hit, unfortunately.
First attack hit, though, I'm assuming.
Correct.
21 on the rapier, and so that is 1d8 plus 6. So 10 damage. And then sneak attack is 3d6 these days. That's an extra 10 points of damage.
You get in, and this guy is looking a little rough from a couple of arrows that were buried in him before, and the intimidation factor does not fuck with you at all. You draw a blade and come up on this guy, and I don't think he was ready for it. You start sparring off, and very gracefully with a few nicks and cuts and ebbing and flowing. You find your way through this guy's defenses more often than you don't, and you landed a couple of good blows, and he is looking worse for the wear. He's bleeding profusely from several places, and still has a couple of arrows protruding from him. Anything else there, Renwick?
No, I believe that is movement, action, and bonus action.
Okay, so moving on down. Gladier, you are up and fucking surrounded. There's dudes just about on all sides of you right now. What do you do?
Okay, so can I see? Are any of the guys surrounding me more hurt or hurt at all?
So far, one of the 6 surrounding you has taken damage, yes.
Is it the one behind me, closest to my party?
Correct.
Fuck. Okay, Oh man. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. First of all, one thing I know I'm doing. Start with that. Bonus action. I'm gonna roll for a greater potion of healing and take that.
Okay, for sure. Go ahead and roll that out as you chug a potion mid combat. Pretty standard.
44 plus 4. Okay, not bad. 6, 10, 14 healing. Okay, that's a lot better than I was 2 seconds ago. That's my bonus action. Oh, son of a bitch. They're all fucking rogues, aren't they, in front of me? So they probably have good decks. Duck and duck. I'm just gonna use my breath weapon. I think I want to try and hit the max amount of people. I think it's a 15-foot cone, so I'm pretty sure I can hit at least 3 of them, maybe 4.
Okay, we'll say a 15-foot cone if you position it just right. Yeah, you're kind of at a weird angle. I'll say three out of the 4 to the north of you, you could definitely hit.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
What's that for me? Deck save or con save or something like that?
It's a dex save of 13. My saves are not that great.
Not at low levels usually. So I got a 14 on the die. I got a 12 on the die, but they do get a +2, so it comes out to a 14 again, and a nat 20. Sorry, my friend. That'll be half damage, but anyway.
Wasn't bad on the dice. I got a 10 total, so 5 damage to those 3.
Okay, not bad, not bad. As you unleash your breath weapon, they're not quite ready for it, getting ready for some melee, and they are kind of taken aback. You know, get a little singed in the process.
I'm gonna take a risk here because I did just heal. I'm going to shit. That's 3 opportunity attacks. I'm gonna risk it. I want to move south 3 spaces. So south 15 feet and to the west 5 feet. So I'm right next to Blade. Oh wait, no.
Okay,
No, I'm
that's
sorry.
4 attacks of opportunity.
South 10 feet, east or west 5 feet. So I would stay within melee range
Of the
of
one tier.
them. So
Diagonal.
3 opportunity attacks.
Okay.
I want to try and protect Blade because I know he can help us.
All right, 3 opportunity attacks. That's a 19 on the die. Comes out to like a +4, so it's 23. 4 plus 4 becomes an 8. 1 plus nothing is a 1. So you do get 1 hit.
Okay.
You're looking at damn, I rolled garbage. Four damage, 4 slashing damage, but you do successfully make it.
Okay. And that's my turn.
Okay, moving on down from Gladier. Locris. Slightly to your left, you've got Renwick, sword dueling with the apparent, looks like the apparent leader. He's definitely got the gold badge upon his chest. And then kind of in front of you is Gladier doing some melee, pretty close to Blade, and various status effects creeping out over the battlefield. What do you do?
Well, knowing that Gladier is looking hurt, I'm going to leave the mage to the other two, and I'm going to run up towards where Gladier was. Go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25 feet. And then I'm going to cast Shatter to hit all 5 in a circle without hitting Blade or Gladier. So wherever that needs to be centered.
Okay, and how big's the radius on Shatter?
It's a 10-foot radius. So I mean, it would hit everybody if I centered it where Gladier was in the last picture you sent. But I was going to move it a little bit closer to the grouping of 4 and just get that last guy in the outside of it.
Okay, yeah. And so what do you need from me? Some deck saves or something?
Constitution.
Oh, that's not
16 to beat.
It's not their best. So I got an 8. I got a 5. That one's a natty 20. So 1 success out of 3. So 19, 2 success, and a 15. So two fail, 3 succeed.
Well, you said the last one was a 15. DC was 16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 15. Okay, so 2 succeed, 3 fail.
That's 17 to the 3 who failed, and 8 to the 2 who succeeded of force damage, I believe. Thunder damage.
So, of the 3 who failed, they kind of have already taken a bit of damage from Gladier's breath weapon, and it turns out your spell is just too much for them to handle, and you full blown knock 3 dudes completely off their feet, concussed thoroughly with your magic. Tell me how it manifests into this crowd and cuts down some of these guys.
So as he comes running up, he swings his morning star, and you see a black orb just go flying from it until it hits that center point. And from there, just a loud explosion ripples out, blasting the eardrums of those around, and those who get knocked down just drop dead.
And so 3 of the 5 bodies do collapse in bloody, twitchy lumps as you release the spell.
And then I'll just take a look at one of the ones who's still alive and say, "You're next, Teddy." And that'll end my turn.
He looks terrified and confused same time. Alright, I'm going to send another pick of the battle map. But Locris being the bottom of the turn, we're going up to Logos. I'll send a pick and you're up.
So being pretty peeved that this guy fucking hit me in the back with a lightning bolt. I'm gonna pull on the string and use my last fire arrow and shoot it at Magic Mike over there.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Oh, Man, this fucking die I can't see. That is. Oh man, I thought it was a 20 at first. It's an 18. So that's still a 29 to hit.
That'll hit.
Man, I thought it was a 20. Oof. Almost got excited. That is 8 plus 3, 11 points of damage on the first one. That's fire damage. And knock an arrow
And
for my second
that's
assault.
actually all it takes. Tell me how you take this guy down with your fire arrow.
So I like to so since Enwick is in combat with him, I'd like that arrow to go like right over that little feather on his head and kind of singe it a little bit and just explode right in that dude's face. Just kind of start melting his face away as he just falls into agony on the floor. And Renwick's feathers like kind of got a little fire going on it right now.
As he stops kicking and screaming about on the ground, his corpse slightly smolders, but yeah, he is no more. I believe you still have another attack if you would like, but you don't have anyone in your immediate vicinity. But you do see, Gladier kind of going toe to toe, not too far away, and a few incoming soldiers here and there on your party.
I'll move my bonus action, move my hunter's mark to one of the ones that was just shattered and try to finish them off.
Okay, great.
Ooh, that's a natural 19 for 30 to hit.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
That's a 7 plus 6 for 13 plus 4 for 17 points of damage.
And once again, another arrow flies true and lands keen right in this guy's throat and drops him in a big bloody lump. And that is another enemy taken down.
And then, I'll just kind of Renwick, you seem to have a little fire going in case you didn't know. Kind of wink at him, give him one of those famous Renwick winks.
All right, Blade. Moving on down, Blade. You are up. You are kind of in the mix. You are next to Locris and Gladier, as you guys are kind of as Gladier is kind of maintaining a good bit of melee combat. What do you do from there? I'll send a new pick. There's a few less bad guys on the field.
I think I'm gonna just kind of use this opportunity to get some health up. I'm probably. I think. Is it a full? Was it a full action to use your potion?
I think we said if you use your whole action, you get the max benefit of the potion, or it's a bonus action, but you roll for it, right?
Yeah, that's what we homebrewed it to.
Correct, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna just use a full action to drink. I guess my greater potion there. It was that what it was?
Yeah, a greater potion is, I believe, 4d4 plus 4.
$44 plus 4. Okay, so I think 12 hit points there, healed, and I'm also going to use my uh, bonus action to do healing touch on myself as well.
If you use the action, you get the full, so you would get 20 hit points.
Yeah, so
Oh, shoot, that's
if
right.
you use the bonus action, you kind of drink the potion quickly. But if you use your standard action, the thought behind it is that you actually take your time to consume every last drop, so you gain the full benefits. So you can
Oh,
go ahead and
perfect.
max out that potion for sure.
Geez, okay. Okay, so I'll do that, and I will, do my bonus action to cast healing touch on myself as well.
Okay, great. Any movement or anything?
No, I think I'm just gonna stay put right next to Gladiator.
All right, great. Moving on down. It's back to the bad guy's turn. Let's see here. How bad we can make this up today. Let's see. 25, 30. So that guy can get there. Okay, so let's see here. All right. Well, all right. So, as they kind of swarm in, Gladiator, you're still kind of getting double teamed here. A couple of attack rolls coming at you. That's a 1. I'm going to assume that misses. The 6 adds a +4, so 10. That's probably also a miss. 8 plus 4 becomes a 12. That's a miss. 12 plus 4 is a 16, which I do not believe hits. So, a barrage of melee attacks come at you, Gladiator, and you are just deftly diving and dodging and getting out of the way as they come in at every angle. They just seem to not be able to find their way to you. Locris, you being so close to Gladiator, are also kind of get engaged in this. A guy comes at you with a couple of slashes. We're looking at an 8 on the die. I imagine misses. 7 plus 4 becomes an 11. A couple more slashes, a couple more misses. But same with Blade. Someone approaches you as well. 12 plus 4. Does a 16 hit, Blade?
That is the magic number.
Okay, so
I actually hold up on that.
okay.
My fighting style is protection. So while wielding a shield and a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet, I can use my reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay, so we're going for. So the next one would have been 24. So I think 16 was still the low.
Okay, well, I tried. Sorry, Blade.
No, I appreciate it.
Sorry, 23, but still. So okay, so at one hit at least for sure. That is a 18 on the die, becomes a 22. So a couple hits coming at you, Blade. Oh, that was a good one. Damn, that was a couple of good ones. Blade, you're looking at 17 points of slashing damage as this rogue that approaches you buries a short sword pretty deep into you a couple of times.
Ouch. All right, yeah, that stings.
The guy who shook your suggestion, kind of looking on, he's going to. He actually turns about and flees back to his 2 sleeping comrades on the ground. And
that is that. Boss man guy is dead, so we're rolling on down back to Renwick. You were going toe to toe with this guy, and a flaming blast of arrow kind of knocks the life from him, and you are just kind of standing solo, not surrounded by anyone particularly close. Here, I'll take a new picture real quick, and you're up.
I feel like, he goes in and lands that hit, and then all of a sudden, this dude just drops with a smoking hole, and he brushes that little bit of like fire off of him, and he turns around and looks at Logus, and he's just like, "That Logus is so hot right now." And it looks like I am perfectly 25 feet away. So yeah. And then I'm gonna dash straight north and attack that nearest enemy with rapier and dagger.
Awesome. Give me some attack rolls, man.
Fuck. It's a 10 on the rapier and 11 on the rapier and 13 on the dagger. 2 shitty rolls.
Unfortunately, after doing some badass toe-to-toe sword fighting with a fellow scoundrel, you fail to find purchase. Fighting someone your size, one of these halflings are a little smaller target than the bigger human guy you were putting it on earlier.
Well, son of a bitch. That's about all I can do this turn then. I rolled a 2 and a 5, which I think is the 5th or 6th 2 of the night. So,
ouch.
That'll be my turn.
All right. Well, moving down from Renwick, we are looking at Gladeer, partially surrounded. You're doing a good bit of meleeing right here with you and your party around. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go straight sword attacks at the. Can I tell if one looks more hurt than the other? The two that are in front of me.
Of the two in front of you, neither has taken hardly any damage.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go for the guy directly in front of me first. All right. That is a. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a 27 to hit.
Oh, that misses. No, you're good. Go ahead and roll some damage.
All right. So first hit is 1d plus 5. Oh, that's not bad. 12 damage for the first hit. And second swing. That is a. Oh, do I want to use inspiration? Nah, it's probably going to run out of speed anyway. I'm going to use inspiration just in case. Oh, okay, yes. That's a. Oh, wait, no, I rolled a d10, not a d8. So it's 14 plus 8. It's 22.
Also hits.
So that is another d8 plus 5. It's 8 damage. Another 8 damage to the guy in front of me.
So total damage was 24. What was the total? Okay, yeah. Go ahead and tell me how you end this dude with your Kopesh skills.
Alright, so I'm gonna. So he had just taken a couple swipes at me, and I just kind of glanced them off my shield, and then in response, I'm gonna take a wide arcing slash down and slice just above his knee, So he drops down from getting his like thigh sliced open, and then using the momentum, I turn it backwards and just go right across his throat with my backswing.
Oh, very nice. And with that, another enemy falls to the ground in a bloody mass.
And yeah, I'm just gonna stay there. I don't actually wait. No, I have a. I'm gonna bonus action healing word. How far is my range on that? Is um Logus within 60 feet of me?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw a bonus action first level healing word at Logus.
Okay, go ahead and roll that out for him.
That is not a lot, but it's better than nothing. 1d4 plus 1. Ah, it's a 4. So you have 5 healing.
All right. So moving on down from Gladier, Locris. You watch an impressive feat of this Kopesh mastery as Gladier cuts down an enemy in front of you. But you yourself are still in toe-to-toe melee combat. What do you do here?
I'm going to attack the teddy in front of me.
Okay. Teddy is very confused. He kind of looking behind him, looking for someone potentially named Teddy. You're getting in his head. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
14 plus 8 for 22.
That hits.
And then 10 plus 8 for 18.
Also hits.
Morning stars a D8. So the first one is 8 points piercing damage. Or no, 9 points piercing damage. And the second one is 8 points piercing damage.
With a
So
couple
17 total.
with a couple of powerful wallops of your mace, you put it on this guy. You definitely hear a good rib crack as you hit him in the torso, and club him upside the head, and definitely hear a good crack and snap there. But he does remain on his feet, barely.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay, moving back up to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
So there's 6 left. Is there any of them that are hurt?
The one Locris is going toe to toe with is barely on his feet. However, the other two, kind of in the fray, don't seem to be hurt at all.
Okay, well, I'll use my first attack to try to finish that one off. Oh yeah, that's a 22 to hit.
That hits.
That's in 5 plus 6 for 11 points of damage.
You drill him right between the eyes. You take him down with it, immediately.
Then I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark, one of the ones that haven't been hit, and attack those.
Okay, great.
That's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 7 plus 6 for 13 points of damage. Plus, that's 15 points of damage total on that second attack.
You land your next strike true, and though it doesn't take him down, you do bury an arrow in his chest.
And then I would like to move closer to the group because I don't like being alone back here, especially since we just fought someone invisible. I'll just move up, like maybe leave like a 5-foot gap between us, but kind of be behind them.
Okay, yeah, for sure. All right, moving on down. Blade, you and Renwick seem to kind of still be in melee, though it looks like your party mates are making quick work of those around you. What do you do?
So we still have that one that's on the left-hand side, like of Gladier. Is am I seeing that correctly?
So there are two remaining combatants. One directly in front of Renwick, and one diagonal from Gladier, but directly in front of you, about one space.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to. You know what? Say fuck it. I'm just gonna whip out my crossbow and fucking. I've had enough arrows shot at me. I'm gonna fucking shoot one.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I assume your target is the one 5 feet ahead.
Yep, dead on.
Perfect. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Okay, so let's see. Does 20? I think it's 21. Let me just make sure I read that correctly. 21. Does 21 hit?
For sure hits.
Okay, and we are looking at actually decent damage on that one. 11 damage.
And tell me how you take this guy down with your crossbow bolt. You hit this guy pretty square, and he already had an arrow protruding from his chest that was bleeding profusely. So tell me how you cut this guy down.
So basically, I think he just whips around his crossbow and just says, "How about another one for you, fucker?" And then just launches another one right next to it, almost like Robin Hood style, just like splinters down the center and just fucking goes right into him.
Perfect. He twitches slightly in a gasp of air and then collapses to the ground forevermore. Okay, now moving down. Anything else, Blade? Is that it?
No, that's it.
All right. So the last remaining combatant goes full disengage, drops the swords that are the short sword he was attacking you guys with, and begins fleeing towards his comrades in the back. One that was kneeling over the other two awakens them from their slumber with a good quick slap, and also kind of gestures, gauges the situation and how they have lost their leader and most of their crew. And it looks like the remaining forces are preparing to flee. Moving on down, that will be Renwick. You are up.
Oh boy. Well, if I'm still in melee with that guy directly in front of me, I'm gonna take 2 swings.
You could be in melee, but he has moved 30 feet towards his comrades. Also, he's no longer. He's left the sword he was fighting you with in the dirt at your feet, essentially. He's no longer interested in fighting a losing battle.
Okay, and then the one. All right, so the nearest enemy is 30 feet away from me. Then,
Correct.
then yeah, I will move. Fuck, I'm gonna have the bonus action dash, aren't I? You said he's 30 feet away.
Yeah, correct.
All right, then yeah, I will bonus action dash and use part of my movement speed to catch up to him, and I'll take a swing with the rapier. And since there's not an ally in combat with him, that's sneak attack. That's a 16 for a 25.
That'll hit.
And 1d8 plus 6. That's a 6 of 12 damage, and sneak attack is a 5, a 6, and a 4, 15.
Yeah.
So 27 damage total.
Tell me how you cut this guy down.
So he disengaged and booked it away from me, dropped his sword, and I just Naruto style run, like rapier, dagger out. And when I catch up to him, I imagine I just take one final lunge, and the rapier just pierces him and comes out through his chest on the other side. And I pull it out, and he drops to the ground. And I just eyeball the next target. Like, it's a mission now.
Oh, shit.
And I should have 20 feet of movement left because I had bonus action dashed, then 5-foot movement for the extra 5 to get to 30. So with that extra 20 feet of movement, I want to get as close to the next target as I can. And that'll be my turn.
I mean, you're right up next to him, but yeah, you pull up real close. Okay, we're moving on down to Gladier. The remaining living combatant threw down a sword and tried to flee as Renwick chased him down and cut him down. It looks like there are 3 more members of these slavers, but they are looking like they're attempting to flee. Renwick has pursued. What do you do? You might be on mute.
Sorry. I'm gonna bonus action, branding smite. So I just drag my sword across my shield, and it gleams with an astral radiance. And then I'm gonna take. Can I get there? So I'm gonna. Probably where am I at with health? I'm gonna full movement and then action dash to get as close to the group of 3 that are trying to escape as possible. I think I can get like right up on them.
Oh yeah, if you use your movement and your action to dash, you can definitely get right up on him for sure.
Yeah, and then I just, I guess, free action just growl at them. They'd be like, "You're not getting out of here." Yeah, that's all I can do.
All right, moving on down, we are looking at Locris.
Little Chris is going to charge at the grouping of people, yell out, "Come back here, Teddy," and shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at one of them.
Okay, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
It's a dirty 20 and 26.
Those both hit for sure.
The first one is 8 points force damage. Second one is 14 points force damage.
Similar to before, you use your Eldritch Blast coming off of the shadowy beam shooting off of your mace, and it flies forth, and the force alone seems to not only stop him in his tracks, but also pass through him as it leaves a bit of a hole in his chest, and it collapses him to the ground. That being go ahead.
So that'll end my turn.
All right. So that being said, the only remaining combatants, if you will, are currently prone on the ground, and they, for the sake of brevity, they yield as the party kind of runs up on them. They were put to sleep by Blade's spell and missed a majority of the fight, and kind of wake up to all their dead friends, and the guy who woke them up casually gets murdered, and they're just kind of laying prone as the party rolls up on them. So for the sake of brevity, I think that is where we are going to have to call our session, fellas. Whether you want to execute these guys or let them go is going to have to wait till next time.
Sounds good.
God damn.
It was an intense combat. I mean, we just fucking fought 16 people.
I'm proud of us because there were a lot of fucking 20s on Sean's end, and nobody went down. We handled that pretty fucking well.
I think every single 20 was on Gladiator, dude. Sean does not like you.
Yeah,
That was my dice, man. They were hot for Gladiator. I cracked off a couple of 20s here and there.
Holy stuff for me.
That, and as somebody who played a fucking sorcerer for a long time, you almost never get the 2-player lineup of like 2 actual solid targets. It's usually like a couple pawns or something. You never get key targets lined up for a good old fashioned lightning bolt, especially one when you're fucking invisible.
It was either use the
must-
spell scrolls or give him a good sneak attack, you know. So I think I could have rolled higher. I probably would have got away with more damage, but it would have just been to one of you, yeah. But there was a sneak attack planned in that encounter somewhere.
That was rough, man. I was sitting pretty in that combat to that shit. That shit brought me all the way down to 12 HP. That one hit. That was a fucking rough hit.
Well, as always, boys, plenty of fun, but I do gotta head out rather quickly. So keep in touch with me on the channels, and I will talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good, guys. We'll see y'all later.
See you later, guys.
Thanks again. Good night, guys.
Good night.